Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Morning and happy bank holiday Monday. Did you watch the coronation? Did you enjoy it? I did. Oh, it was brilliant, wasn't it? Really enjoyed it. My favourite bit was watching everyone come in and seeing who all they were, and the celebrities as well. It was great. What a lovely occasion. So I have worn my coronation dress today in celebration of that. So thank you for joining us this morning on this bank holiday. I hope the weather isn't as rainy and miserable as it is here. Just stay inside with me this morning. First off, we have got a special competition today. It's called Win Your Basket. Now, we're going to have 3 lucky winners. Whatever you buy on Sewing Street today, we'll put you all into a draw, and 3 people will win their basket in credit on their account. We've been doing it for the last 3 days, so we have 3 winners in total, so 1 today. So one of you, could be you, whatever you buy from Sewing Street today, you will win. We will credit it back to your Sewing Street account. And we will announce it. We will announce yesterday's winner later on in the show. So today's winner will be announced tomorrow. So good luck to all of you. Get as much as you can in your basket. Can you imagine winning the whole lot? So you do your very own supermarket sweep. You just go around, put it all in your basket, and it can be anything that you've bought from what I'm talking about and selling on the TV today and on the website as well. Fantastic news. Including our brand new panel. Now, this is the exciting thing today. I am the lucky person who gets to announce day one, our brand new competition. So, any of you who've been with us for a year or more will know how fab our designer quilt block competition was last year. We asked you all to design a block, and then we chose 12 winners and we made them into a quilt. It was displayed at Festival of Quilts, and all the people who were chosen won £100 on their Sewing Street account. Fantastic. So this year we're doing it again, but we've changed the panel. We've got different colours this time. Do you want to have a look? Look at the panel. So this is what you buy. £5.99 for the panel. All the instructions, the details are on there. So what you're getting on the panel is 8 strips. They're 2.5 inches by 14 inches in beautiful shades, very sort of ditzy floral print of pinks, graduating down to light pinks, and then you've got light blue graduating to dark blue. You can use all of them, some of them, a few of them, whatever you like. We've also given you a square of white fabric so that you can use that amongst it. So if you're doing an applique design, you might want to use that as the base piece and applique onto it. If you're doing patchwork, you can use it within it. It's entirely up to you. Now, the rules are, the details are, the quilt blocks once sewn will be 12 inches square. I mean, it says that all on the panel, so don't worry, you haven't got to remember this. So we're asking you to send it in as 12.5 by 12.5 inches so it can cut back. Don't quilt it, because what we will do, we will choose the 12 people who win. They will have them all put together into a quilt, and we will then quilt the whole thing. So don't send them quilted. The design doesn't have to be original. Just make whatever you like. Now, last year when we chose the winners, it wasn't just about skill level. It wasn't the best, the neatest, the most perfect ones. It was all about design, originality, thoughts. You know, some of them we chose because the skill level was so high, but we had beginners who won in it as well. It's all sorts. So the only limit is your imagination and your creativity. So I've made 2 panels, not that I'm allowed to enter, but just to give you an idea. So it can be as simple as I've made a log cabin square. Really, really simple. And now my finished square is 12.5 inches, so that when it's sewn with its 1/4 inch seam allowance, it will be 12 inches. So it's really important that you make it that size. Out of anything, that's the most important thing. Otherwise, it's very hard to put together into a quilt. So it could be as simple as a log cabin, or maybe if FPP is your sort of thing. I've done a little FPP. So I haven't used anything other than was on the panel. I've used all the white fabric, but obviously I didn't need very much of this. But have a look at the colours, see what inspires you. I mean, it's very floral, isn't it? It would make beautiful flowers. But you could applique it with words, use a bit of bond web. You could do some FPP. You could do EPP. You can use the fabric and embroider it. You can do patchwork, all sorts. So what we did last year is we made the 12 into a quilt, and we had it on show at the Festival of Quilts, and it was lovely actually. I was there one day and quite a lot of the winners came up and so on. And it was lovely. There was all sorts of skills. We had embroidery with gold work. I remember that. We had some EPP, we had FPP, we had all sorts, and it was really nice to have that mixture of disciplines, genres, skill sets, all sorts. What we did then is that we won't be able to return your block to you, but what we did is we gave blocks to people who wanted them. We gave them to them, and then they were made into numerous charity quilts as well, which was just fab because they were all gorgeous. I cannot tell you how difficult it was choosing. It was so difficult because they were all gorgeous, but don't be limited. Don't think, oh, well, my sewing's not good enough. It's not about being brilliant or an expert or super neat. It's about your thoughts, your design. I mean, it can be, you know, we had some very, very simple designs, but they were executed brilliantly. And we had other really complex designs, but it's about originality. So what you get, I'll hold it up. This is what you get for your £5.99. You get the whole panel. So you've got all of the strips that you need in the lovely pinks and blues. You've got the details here, which includes the closing date, which is the, I think it says it on there, 11th of July. That's when your finished block needs to arrive to us at the very latest. We won't be able to accept any after that date. It's got the address to send them to, all the details of the sizes, and then you get that white square panel as well. There we go. Anyway, good luck to all of you. Now I will be mentioning throughout the day because I know that not everyone's here at 8 o'clock with me, so I will be going back through it, and over the next few days the other presenters will be talking about it because we don't want anyone to miss out. The more people that enter, the better, because then the more panels we have, we can make more charity quilts. We've got a bigger selection to choose from, and we just love seeing your designs. It's really lovely. It took us such a long time to choose because we all spent ages looking at everything. So those are the 2 that I made over the weekend, just because I thought I'd start you off with a little bit of inspiration about what you can do. There's the log cabin one. And I just put a white square in the middle because I couldn't decide what colour, so I thought I'd just go for white. But then I was thinking, God, wouldn't that make a lovely quilt? I need more panels. If I made a whole double bed quilt, I'd need quite a lot. You need 1 panel per block. So if I had 12 of those, yeah, I can make it. I know, it's still very affordable, to be honest. Yeah, since I'm not allowed in the competition, I got one already, haven't I? Yeah, if anyone wants one, you can have mine. Because I'm not allowed in the competition. But wouldn't that make an amazing quilt with a bit of sash in between? Or in fact, join the log cabins, barn raising. Be very nice, wouldn't it? Anyway, that is to give you a bit of inspiration. Well done for all of you who have got in early and got yours. That gives you longer to think about your design. And I'm looking forward to seeing all your creativity. And what's lovely is some of you get them in really early, so we see them come through, and we get even longer to look at them. The address and everything is on there. If you've got any questions, do message us in. You can do that studio@sewingstreet.com or on the Facebook page whenever we can answer your questions. But this is it, day one. We have now launched the designer quilt block competition. Get that in your basket, get it checked out and get sewing. Right, menu for today. So now at 8 o'clock, it's bank holiday deals because it's bank holiday. So we've got lots of special offers for you today at 8 o'clock. Lots and lots of different fabrics. That's going to be all with special discounts on them. So if you're fancying a little bit of discounted fabric, that's going to be at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we have Katharine Wright with us, who is going to be demonstrating, oh wow, this gorgeous Kaffe Fassett Bohemian Quilt. Now that's the ready pink colourway. It also comes in a blue colourway, which we'll be showing you later with Katharine, because she'll be just demonstrating. How glorious is that? Now we may not have the sun shining outside, but if you want the sun shining in your house, I mean, hung up on our wall, I think that's beautiful. I mean, what an amazing wall hanging. You know, if you've got a wall in your house where you don't particularly like the wallpaper, or thinking about repainting, just make the quilt. I mean, I know most people put them on a bed, but that is a work of art, isn't it? I mean, I think that is absolutely beautiful, and it is also available in the blue colourway as well, which we will, Katharine will be demonstrating for you. So you've got the choice between the pink and the blue, but it's beautiful, absolutely stunning. I like the stripy border around the edge. Anyway, she's going to be showing us how to do that. It's not too difficult, so I think you'll enjoy making that one. 10 o'clock, I will be back with more bank holiday deals, because what's a bank holiday without a little discount? So more fabric for you to choose from. We've got bundles, we've got fabrics by the half metre, all sorts. So while it's raining outside, get your discounted fabric with me. At 11 o'clock, Katharine Wright will be back with us. She's going to be demonstrating gorgeous wall organiser. I need a bit of wall organising, you know, because, you know, when you've run out of horizontal space, you need to go vertical. So this wall organiser has been designed by Wendy Orlando. It's lovely. We've got it in, I think 6 different colourways. 2 of them are brand new. Very, very affordable price. It's a panel, pre-printed panel with all of the pieces already done. So you just need to cut, it's just a cut and sew, and instructions as well. And 2 lovely new spring green and spring blue colourways for you. So get yourself organised, whether it's in your sewing room, whether it's in another room in the house. Be brilliant in the bathroom. We could put it in the bedroom. Put all your hair bands in. Toiletries, bathroom, kitchen, lovely, put all your utensils in it. That's coming up at 11. And at 12 o'clock, we are carrying on our bank holiday deals, but with Yarn Lane this time. So we have put together a whole host of patterns, kits, yarn, tools, all with special discounts because it's bank holiday. Now, right, so just to remind you about the block of the month, the designer quilt block competition. Don't forget to get your panel, $5.99, designer quilt block with Sewing Street. Don't forget that, get done, get checked out. The sooner you buy it, the longer you've got to make it. Then finished design needs to be with us by the 11th of July. So you've got plenty of time, but obviously, you know, you need time to think about it. Peruse, what are you going to make for yours? Are you going to be one of the 12 lucky winners for £100 and get your design displayed at the Festival of Quilts? Even better. Right, our very first bank holiday deal is our early bird, which today, I'll put that down there. Early bird tweet is Creative Grids. Now, we don't normally have Creative Grids on an early bird. They're one of the, you know, our premium branded products, but today we do. It is the Mini Quilting Friends 6-inch ruler. There we go. And normal price, $16.99, is going down to $12.99, £4 off. Now, this ruler, that's the lowest ever price. It's a really handy ruler. 6 inches long. It's measured in 1/8 of an inch increments. So you can use it for cutting, because obviously it's a creative grid. You can use it for cutting, you can use it for measuring, you can use it for drawing. It's got grid lines on this side. I'll show you, you can probably see it better because of the packaging. It's just a really sweet little ruler. I use these if I'm maybe trimming half square triangles or just cutting off the edges of something, or small pieces where you don't want that big, long, unwieldy ruler. You just want something small for the cutting. Really good for drawing lines. So maybe you need to hem something by 1/4 of an inch. You can draw the line on with this because it's just a really little handy ruler. Fantastic thing to have in your sewing kit. Really useful to take with you on a workshop if you've got to do little bits of cutting. You don't want to take a big ruler with you. But make the most of our lowest ever price, £12.99, £4 saving. That's fantastic. Now that price will only be on until midnight, because midnight is the point at which your baskets close, and then the P&P is applied at that point. So if we have any left at midnight, they will be going back up to £16.99 at that point. But at the moment, £12.99. So treat yourself as my very first deal on Bank Holiday Monday. Please do keep checking out for that. 1/4 of the stock of that's already gone. It is a really useful ruler. It is, you know, Creative Grids brand, so it's perfect for using with your rotary cutter. And I just like the fact that it's so handy, and it's got all these the little 1/8 of the inch increments. It's really, really useful. It's even got a hole if you want to hang it up on something. But it's just a really nice thing. If you've often used just a normal ruler, half of the stock is in baskets. If you use a normal ruler for measuring and marking, get yourself one of these. I think the thickness of it makes it more accurate for the marking as well. With a ruler, sometimes the pen slips, but this just works so much better. But I use it a lot when I'm turning an edge over by 1/2 an inch or 1/4 of an inch, because you can, if you need to turn a hem over by 1/2 an inch, if you measure 1 inch in from the edge and mark that, then fold the raw edge to that mark, that's 1/2 an inch. It's a really, really quick and easy way of doing it. So half the stock's in baskets. Good morning, Rebecca. Can I just say you look beautiful in your gorgeous dress. Really pretty. Have a great day, from Nora. Oh, that's really kind of you. Well, I saw this dress and I thought, I've got to have that for coronation. And I like the fact it's got the little collar. I feel like a tea dress person, but that's a really kind thing to say. Thank you. Although I have discovered this morning that the skirt section's upside down. Now, what would you do? So my British Isles at the top are the right way up, but on the skirt at the front, they're upside down. Do I send it back? I don't know, because I really like it. Does it matter that Britain's upside down? But on the back, it's the right way up, and on the front, it's the wrong way up. Bit disappointing, that. Right, so anyway, thank you so much for your kind comment. Before we move on to our special bank holiday deals, for anyone who's just turned on, don't forget the design block. I keep saying block at the moment. Designer block quilt competition, £5.99. Your entries need to be in by the 11th of July. Oh, we've got a question. Oh, it's playing the hokey cokey. Can you use the strips from 2 panels to make 1 block? My 16-year-old is already planning a design. Yes, if you want to, as long as the block is no bigger than 12.5 inches square, but 12 inches finish. Yes, you can. Entirely up to you. As long as that block is that size, yeah. Ooh, what's the design then? Obviously very complex, needing quite a lot of fabric. I'll be interested to see that one, Anne. But yeah, of course you can. Of course you can. As long as it's the right finish size, it's fine. It needs all the details are on the panel, so you don't have to remember anything. But use the fabric, and then our finished quilt will all blend together beautifully. So anyone who's just tuned in, get your block, get it in your basket, and then you can start doing it. I expect you're all full of ideas already. I came up with 2 ideas, and I thought, well, that'll have to do. That'll have to do. Right, Hannah, where would you like me to start with our special bank holiday fabric? Oh, we'll start with the fabric that I really like. This one. This was the one I really like when I came in, my favourite fabric. So this is Anna Maria Horner. Now, this fabric is by the 1/2 metre. So if you want more than a 1/2 metre, it will be sent to you as a whole cut piece. We're not just selling individual 1/2 metres. Isn't this gorgeous? I love the colour of that background. It was £7.99 1/2 metre. Today, but only till midnight or until stocks last, £4.99. I saw this morning and thought, I need a tote bag in that. That is gorgeous. That's the front and the back of your tote bag. It's beautiful. Look at it. It's a zingy lime citrine background with these vibrant poppies, and their leaves look like little hands, dancing poppies. Gorgeous. Right. I'll keep that one. Yes, that's absolutely lovely, isn't it? Anna Maria Horner with blue birds. Can you see them? Is that it? Right, £4.99. Get it while stocks last. Right, let me show you what it looks like. Ready? So this ½ metre, it's 112 centimetres wide, which is 44 inches. It's 100% cotton, it's quilting weight cotton, and this is beautiful quality fabric, because it's free spirit. It's beautiful quality, it's really super smooth and soft. Over half of the stock has already gone. Remember, that should be £7.99. It's designer, obviously it's Anna Maria Horner's designer, but the quality of the fabric is gorgeous. I absolutely love that. If you want, I mean, it's the same with all of these fabrics. If you want more than ½ metre, it will be cut to order. So it's not just ½ metre. Right, next one, Anna Maria Horner again, while we're on a roll. This will be reduced to £4.99 as well. Look at that beautiful duck egg blue background with songbirds, maybe? It's called seafoam, but it's like a duck egg blue. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Okay. Oh yeah, I've got that one. So this one, £4.99. It's like trees filled with birds. Beautiful, isn't it? Do you want to have a look at what it looks like, the whole thing? Because that's what you get for £4.99. There are fewer than 10 metres left of this, but you could cut it in, you could use it as panels for the border of a quilt. Look lovely around the hem of a dress, wouldn't it? That's lovely. Actually quite a nice summer blouse, to be honest. I like that one. Right, next, Lewis and Irene. Called The Waves. Right, so there are Moontide, not The Waves. So there are two of these fabrics. This is the darker one. This has never been reduced before. Isn't this gorgeous? So if you want a plain blue fabric for something, consider using that instead. Because look at the colours, so you could use it as it is, or you could cut it into strips, because you've got different colours in each strip. Be brilliant if you were doing a blue barge yellow. This is being reduced to £4.99 for ½ metre. This is Moontide in blue. Look at all the different colours you're getting in that. Again, quilting weight fabric, but absolutely great for spring, summer dressmaking as well, homewares. That one's beautiful, isn't it? So that is Moontide in blue. Never ever been reduced before. Right, now we also have another one which is similar, but I'm going to show you it next to it so you can see what the difference is. So this is the next one, that colour. So this is more aqua-y, turquoisey. So look how well they go together. So if you were doing strips, log cabin, you've got your lights, you've got your darks. The two would go together really well. Quite good for a really modern cushion. There, right, so this one is called Moontide in green, but it's more aqua. I mean, this colour is very sort of, it's like the sea. Now, don't worry, if you've already checked out, you only pay your post and package once. So your £3.95 is only applied once, and that's at midnight. So it doesn't matter how many times you check out, but the important thing is to check out. If you put it in your basket, it's not yours until you've checked out, because other people can come and get it, and these fabrics are flying out. So you do need to get checked out for this. Look at that. I love that. Just think of what you can make with it. I'm thinking, you know, it is quite modern, isn't it, if you were using it as a whole piece. But think of the possibilities if you cut it into 2.5-inch strips, what you could do with it. It's gorgeous. Beautiful for binding. And it depends how you cut it and how you use it. So say you were going, maybe you bought a meter of it, you could cut it down this way and you get stripy binding. Or you could cut it across this way. If you cut it from selvage to selvage, you'd get a scrappy binding because the colour would change as it went along. If you cut it parallel to the selvage, you get a stripy binding. Or if you're doing sashing, maybe you're doing a quilt with sashing or borders, it would be excellent for that. And again, remember, depending on how much you buy, you can go for vertical or horizontal cutting. Completely changes the appearance of it. So very good value. There's a lot you can do with that. Only £4.99. That is until midnight. Then it's up. Then that's it. Right, that's those two. Let's move on to a bit of Kaffe. Love this one. It's like slices of fossils. It's not actually called that. It's called geodes. But I would have called it slices of fossils. But you know those fossils you get in gift shops with all beautiful colours? Isn't it gorgeous? I love that. Again, a fabric like this is lovely to use as strips because then the colour changes. If you cut the strips this way, the colour changes as you move along. So it's the background of it is a sort of a grey blue, a slate blue, and then the geodes, emerald green, sapphire blue, beautiful, vibrant pink. So if you love Kaffe, this is a great opportunity. The price will be reducing, obviously, because it's our special bank holiday deals. Gorgeous, isn't it? Only £5.99. £5.99 for Kaffe fabric. And it is beautiful quality as well. I mean, you know, if you've ever bought any of the Free Spirit fabrics, always so lovely to work with. Look, that's what it looks like. Oh, that's really pretty, isn't it? Beautiful. Oh, we've got more poppies. Right, I'll leave that one with you. £5.99, what a bargain. Now, if you love the poppies, which was the first one that I showed you, then this is a beautiful one to go with it. Exactly the same design, but this time, turn the right way around. Lovely dusky pink background. Now, if you missed out on the other one, we will match the price. The poppies on this one are a really lovely shades of fuchsia-y purple with little green hands. £4.99. Right, there's a lot of you asking us questions about the designer block competition. Don't worry, we will recap it each hour. So if you've got questions, send them in and we'll answer them all at the beginning of each hour so that we can hopefully answer everyone's questions by the end of the day. How beautiful is that? I love that one. It's just so... I love the fact that it's so vibrant, but Anna Maria Horner's designs always have quite a personality to them. So I like the fact they've got like little dancing hands. So if you've bought the lime one in the first one I showed, this one goes together really well with it. £4.99 designer fabric. Right, when everyone who's got this in their basket is checked out, this one is sold out. Not surprised. Absolutely gorgeous. If you've got the lime one, wouldn't it make a lovely pair of cushions for your outdoor sofas? I actually put my outdoor cushions out yesterday and then it rained. Now, this is also Anna Maria Horner from the same collection. So if you're loving the poppies, we were going to do this one later, but because we've got so many of you buying the poppies now, we thought we'd bring them all on now. So this is a larger version of the poppy. So in the background, you've got like cornflowers and then massive poppies. Let me hold it up so you can see what a whole ½ metre looks like. Obviously, if you buy more than a ½ metre, it will come as a whole cut piece. And you get more poppies. But, you know, if you want to do some applique, wouldn't that look beautiful, that poppy head applique to a calico cushion cover? You could even embroider on top of it as well. Beautiful. So the background This has never been reduced before, £4.99. Now the background of this is a really lovely pale lavender. Can these materials be used for dressmaking? Sharon, yes they can. They're lovely. I do a lot of dressmaking with quilt weight fabrics. Obviously we're talking summer dressmaking, we're not talking winter coats, but for summer dresses, blouses, pyjamas, children's clothes, absolutely perfect. And the reason for that is they're 100% cotton and they're really, really good quality. So you won't have any problems with washing, pressing, seaming. But yeah, what a fantastic dress. Over half of the stock of this one has gone. And I've got one more. This almost the same, but it's a slightly smaller, the poppy is smaller. Now on this one you've got a really deep navy blue background, but with all the green leaves you've got these daisy type cornflowers in purple, and then the poppies are so vibrant, aren't they? Gorgeous. So you're getting more poppy for your money. And now I'm thinking, imagine this with like a lime green binding to it. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? £4.99. I mean, that would make the most amazing. I mean, even if you did like a really simple, a little short sleeve blouse, or, you know, if you think I'd love to make a dress in that, but it's too much for a whole dress, maybe you could use like a navy, plain navy for the bodice and just use this for the skirt, or use this for the bodice and a plain navy for the skirt if you don't want it full on. Also makes it a bit more affordable if you use a bit of plain with it. Right, now, exciting, I have a bundle. So if you're loving the Anna Maria Horner, there's a bundle here. Now, we have got in this one, how many? 16 half meters. Yeah. And now we've already put a £25 saving on that, so it's £102.34. But that's a really weird price. Let's put it in something a bit more simple. Better. £99.99 for, how much does that work out per half metre? We'll work that out in a minute. Hannah's just got a calculator out. So what you get in this one, you get that large poppy that we've just seen. You get the pink poppy that's almost sold out on its own. So we are saving over £25. Look at the beautiful one. That was the one that we had first. I'm going to get... Oh. This one as well is in there, the one that we just showed. So there's all the poppies. Let me just make sure I've got all the poppies. Now, those are all the ones that we can sell by the half metre. All the other ones in the panel, in the bundle, we can't sell by the half metre. They're only in this bundle. They're obviously all cut into half metres already. So this is what you're going to get. You are going to get 16 half metres, saving over £25. And we're not really supposed to be discounting these, to be honest, but we will, because it's bank holiday. So look at that. These are all from Anna Maria, so the colours just go together beautifully. It's your only opportunity. Let me just show you this one. Look at that one. Whoa! The only way that you can get hold of these fabrics are in this bundle. We can't sell them by the half metre, except for those first four. Over £25 saving. I mean, look at the colours and the prints in these. They're gorgeous. I mean, look at the pink in that background. I wonder what that flower is. Something beautiful and tropical. It's beautiful. And then I love these. This is one of my favourites. I think it's the blue in the background. It's like a periwinkle blue. Isn't it? I mean, look at the print in that. I'll show you the whole thing. It's beautiful, and the fabric is such beautiful quality. I'm thinking patchwork jacket. Can you imagine? That's what have everybody stopping to look. But it's lovely to have all the fabric from one collection so that you know all the prints and the colours go together. I mean, that's stunning. That's the same as that one. Well done for all of you who've managed to get this. Now remember, you've got all of those poppy prints that we've already sold by the half metre, and then all of the others we cannot sell by the half metre. The only way you can get hold of them is in this bundle, but you are getting a over £25 discount. This is a lovely one because it's in stripes. Don't forget as well, if you've just tuned in, one person today, we're going to take a draw of everyone who checks out. One person will win their shopping basket back. We will credit your account with whatever you spend. So if you spend £825 today, that's what we'll put back on your Stone Street account. It's got to be worth it, isn't it? In it to win it. And also, if you've only just tuned in, please do have a look on the website. Click on Watch Live. Have a look, because there was fabrics on there I haven't showed yet. If you want to get ahead and you don't want to miss out, maybe you're going out in a bit, or maybe you won't be here at 10 when I'm doing the next bank holiday deals. Check out in advance. And if it's sold out when we get to it, it is. Look at that one. I love that one. Look at the colours. You see, what's great about her fabric is you don't have to think of it as a whole piece. Actually, I'm going to turn that over and so I'm done. Think of it as, you know, what you can do if you cut it into strips, how the colour changes and the movement in it. I mean, this is just beautiful. I'd quite like a pair of patchwork trousers in this. Gorgeous. Anyway, do check out on that. We are getting very low in stock on it. I will let you know when it's sold out as we go along. We are on single figures. That's over £25 saving. Special bank holiday deal for you for 8 metres of fabric. Nice, what a joy. One of Hannah's favourites next, peaches. And it's called Peach on Earth. That's one of my favourites. That's oranges. Peaches gathered together. Oh, this one. That's oranges. I'm not very good at fruit, clearly. I know I'm not very good at flowers, but I really thought I knew fruit. Peach on Earth, that's the best name. Oh, that's got to be something for the kitchen, hasn't it? That is gorgeous. Remember, this is available by the half metre, so if you want to make a tablecloth, lovely. Be really nice, wouldn't it, for your summer picnics, summer tablecloth, napkins, something, little lunch bag. £4.99 for half a metre. That would make a bit of insulating wadding in that lunch bag. I love the little peaches. And then any bits you've got left over, you could cut the peaches out and applique them to things. Peach on Earth. Who's that by then? That's a great name. Stuff. This one. Oh, this is nice. We've got a random selection today. It's quite nice. It's a bit. Yes, it is very summery. Hannah's chosen summery ones. This is like your Indian block prints, isn't it? Dina Designs, beautiful hot summer orange in the background, and then these Indian block prints. Oh, what's the best price? Whoa, so this is designer fabric. We're reducing this from £7.99 to £3.99. Look at each of these prints. They're beautiful. They've got like little songbirds in them. That's gorgeous, isn't it? £3.99 for half a metre. Is it that one? Yay! Anyway, I'll leave that one with you. £3.99 for half a metre. You can buy multiples. Quarter of the stock of that one's gone. Now here's a really lovely traditional print. I love this because of the stripes, because it's so multi-use, because depending on how you cut it, means whether you've got vertical stripes or horizontal stripes. So the background is a really lovely creamy ivory, and then you've got the stripes blue and red. This is reduced to £4.99. It's like your, it's got the little paisleys in it, but florals as well. Again, brilliant for borders. Yeah. Just get the next fabric. Isn't that lovely? Nice for a binding as well. And if I was binding with it, I would cut it this way because I'd want the little stripes on the edge. You know, when you just want that stripy finish for something. So measure it all out. Obviously, single figures this one. Obviously, when you're cutting binding for a quilt, you don't need to cut it on the bias because you're not curving. So that's when you can cut it that way. If you're cutting binding for something else and you need it curved, you'll need to cut it diagonally. So it will change the print. So have a think about that when you decide what you're going to do with it. Keep on checking out for these. When I've taken them off the table, doesn't mean to say they've gone. If you go on to sewingstreet.com and click on watch live, if you scroll down from there, you will see which ones have sold out and which ones haven't. It's just I need to get through all the fabrics. No pressure to talk really fast. So this one is available in 2 colours, a little bit of text. It says community, home sweet home, love and strength, together love lives here. So it's always nice, I think, if you're making something with a selection of fabrics, to put a little bit of text in. It changes the pace of the design, because you might have a very pretty floral or some traditional spots, and you put a bit of text in, it adds just a bit of interest. So that one is in grey. Was £6.99, but now is £4.49. Fantastic. Now, we've also got that fabric in black. Please do keep checking out on all of these. If they're in your basket, you need to get them checked out. We are low in stock on all of them, as we always are when we do our sales. So don't leave it in your basket. Do check out. This looks like a blackboard, doesn't it? £4.49. Loads and loads of florals in these. So if you're shopping ahead and you're thinking about your summer quilting, then get them checked out before I even get to them, and then you won't miss out on them, because it's really annoying when you get to them, you think, oh, I wish I'd had that one, and then we've sold out. Friends and family, strength, love lives here. Or a gift for somebody. Yeah, it'd be nice for like the backing on something, wouldn't it? Or a wall hanging, or like just a nice cushion to stick in your kitchen chair. Any questions about the designer block competition, send them in, and we will go through it at the beginning of each hour. We've had lots of questions and we'll try and answer them all in one go. So about 9 o'clock I'll go through it all, because then we'll find that the questions repeat, and so if you've got a question, so about 9 o'clock, well, when we start the next hour, 9 o'clock, as close to that as possible, we'll go through and answer all your questions. So just in case, so don't worry, we're not ignoring you, but we're going to do it all in one go. Right, should we do strawberries? Because strawberries is summer. This is Moda, everybody. I love this one. It's real summery strawberries. I feel like I want a lunch bag with this one as well. So on the background, it's like a very small navy and white grid. And then you've got little strawberries all over it. Now, this is Moda, so the normal price for Moda is £7.49 for half a metre. What's the special price? £4.99. Brilliant for any of your summer outdoor makes. Tableware, napkins, even a nice tablecloth. Do you know, this would make lovely bunting, wouldn't it? For summer parties, at £4.99 for Moda fabric. Or if you're in the middle of making your picnic quilt, get a bit of this. This sort of design works really well when you're doing strip patchwork as well, because the strawberries are all in pretty much well spaced, so you'll get a bit of strawberry in each strip. £4.99 for half a metre. Which one is next? Right, I'll leave that one with you. Oh, this one is pretty. This is Riley Blake, Tea with B. Oh, this is, I mean, these are all very pretty summer floral. Look at that. It's like wildflowers, isn't it? So we've got a lovely pale pink background. And then on it, I thought I'd no, it's obviously multi-directional because I just turned it around. Little bit of cow parsley, little wildflowers, book covers. Wouldn't that be nice for a gardening book cover? Or just general book cover it would be, wouldn't it? We are crashing that. £4.99 for half a metre. That's so pretty, but also summer pyjamas. You know when you see these really posh cotton pyjamas, very expensive. If you've got a pair of cotton pyjamas, just pyjama bottoms, just draw around them to make a pattern. That would be beautiful, isn't it? But you know, if you make to sell, or you sell for charity, or maybe you sell for your local hospital or church or school, you could just make little cosmetic bags or just little drawstring bags. That's so pretty, or scrunchies. And at £4.99 half a metre, that's Riley Blake designer fabric. Beautiful. Please do check out on that. We've got loads of you who've got that in your basket, so please do get checked out on that one if you want that one. Right, we're going back to bright colourful summer now. Passion fruit. Oh, this one. Right, confused. Well, I've got so many fabrics on my desk now. Very confused, although they are getting less. This one is passion fruit. Although, well, actually, no, it is passion fruit, but those look like half a kiwi fruit, don't they? So you've got a really pretty lemon background, and then you've got your passion fruit cut in half, slices of. We're reducing that one to £3.99. Again, lovely for your kitchen makes. Or, you know, maybe tea towels, lunch bags, or a new pair of oven gloves. Nice for an apron. Really smart. You know, when you want to just look a bit nice, or a little penny would be lovely in that. £3.99. So remember, you know, all these fabrics, although they're quilting weight fabrics, they don't have to just be used for quilting. You can use them for all sorts. Dressmaking, homewares as well. That one is really pretty. Which one's next, Hannah? Should we do oranges? Oranges, because we've done passion fruit. I think we should do oranges. I like this one. This feels a bit vintage, doesn't it? Dana Willard. It looks a bit, you know, like those Swedish oilcloths. Quite bold and bright. Beautiful. So this is being reduced to £4.99 for half a metre. This would make the best summer dress, wouldn't it? Or if you're off on holiday, just make some little drawstring bags to put your shoes and your knickers in. At £4.99, it's worth it, isn't it? Gift bags even. If you know, if you buy the ones that you like, make some drawstring gift bags with them, and then next time you've got a present to give, you've got a whole little stash of bags to put them all in. Yeah, I think Fiona from So Good, she would love this, wouldn't she? You know, if you were thinking you've got somebody with a summer birthday, buy them a pair of flip-flops. They can be quite inexpensive ones. You make them a little bag out of any of these summery fabrics. What a beautiful gift. And, you know, and I think when you make gift bags, it means you don't have to spend as much on the present because it always looks more impressive. But that would be perfect. I'll hold it up. In fact, it'd be quite handy putting your flip-flops in it, to put in your case, keep the sand out. Gorgeous. Or, you know, or when you go on holiday, I always make myself a new bag, even if it's just like a little tote bag that I can just take on holiday, so when I'm on the plane, put my sandwiches in. That's ideal. But yeah, that will look nice with denim. I mean, if you've got a pair of jeans and a little blouse in that. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Which? Those two. Right, I've got two William Morrises. I'll start with the blue one. William Morris on sale? Surely not. So this is from the Granada collection. This one's called Rose Hip. It's a lovely, almost like a denim blue with a navy on top. Rose Hip in indigo was £7.99 for half a metre. Ready? Ready for it? It is William Morris, £5.99. Remember, you don't just have to have half a metre as well. You can buy more than that in multiples. Just put that number of half metre units that you want in your basket, and you'll get it as a whole cut piece. So if you want to make an amazing save, £5.99 for half a metre of William Morris. That's lovely. It's a really nice, I mean, well, William Morris has a colour palette, but this is a nice alternative to a plain. Because it's got a very small print in it, then you can use it instead of a plain to give it a little bit more movement. It almost feels like there's more texture to it when you get a small print, but it's a really useful fabric to put in with other ones. Isn't that gorgeous? £5.99. Carry on checking out for that. Now, I do have another William Morris as well. I'm just going to see what it's called. Brambles. So this looks like, I guess they are bramble leaves. I was going to say they're oak leaves, but they're like bramble leaves, aren't they? So you've got a really lovely deep sage coloured background, and then you've got tiny little red berries, and then ochre coloured flowers, and then these green bramble leaves all over it. Again, reduced to £5.99 for half a metre. This will go with a lot of the fabrics in the William Morris range as well, because it is more subtle, more muted. And also this would work really well if you pick out, if you want to make it go further, pick out the plain colours in it. You know, you've got that raspberry red, you've got ochre, you've got the dark green, you've got the lighter sage, then you can, it will all mix and match together. So it's a really good way of using up plain fabrics. Or if you need an extra couple, then for your £5.99, amazing value, then you can go make it go a little bit further as well. Right, a few more traditional prints next. Like those two. Yeah. Right. Oh, this is pretty. This is like a dark pistachio. Right, so on the website it looks very greeny, and they've called it brown, but it is green. It's a olive green, and then you've got the little pink flower leaves, and you've got a trailing vine pattern all over it with little pink leaves picked out, but the background is an olive colour. That's being reduced to £4.99 for half a metre. £4.99, it's good, isn't it? I like that one. Depends what you're doing. You know, if you want your more traditional prints, this is one. It depends what you're making and what style you're going for. Now, I've got another one that's so I'm just getting told off for being too fast. Too fast. I'm like on a buffet. How fast can I get through them? Whoosh! This one's been reduced to £4.99. Again, really lovely neutral colour. So the background is a creamy taupe with all the tiny floral prints in a darker brown. This will go really well. In fact, this neutrally colour goes really well with red and blue. I've seen quite a lot of fat quarter bundles of different makes, particularly Moda ones, where they put this neutral print with reds and blues, because it gives you that really traditional look. So very good for that. £4.99. Quarter of the stock of this is already in baskets. Can I move it now? Right. Right, let's go completely different. Bug it out, bug it out. This is fab. It looks like a panel, it's not, it's half a metre fabric. This is great. Oh, this is fab. Let me turn it up the right way around. So it's a panel, so you can see the stripes run parallel to the selvage. So this is what happens at the end. So we've got all the bugs in jars, and then you've got another row of bugs. They look like they're in a fish tank, clearly not, or they drown. And you've got more jars of bugs. And then, so you could use this if you, but it depends on how much you buy, but you could have this in stripes. £4.49. Or you could just buy like half a metre or a metre, quilt it, make it into a wall hanging. If you know anyone who loves, young children always are obsessed with bugs, aren't they? They're at school. At school, there's always something to do with bugs. And they're always like collecting bugs in jars and things. I mean, do they, you know, if you've got children or grandchildren or nephews and nieces and they have to take a bag to forest school, be ideal for that, wouldn't it? It is, or cover a folder with it. Yes. So if you're going bug collecting in the woods with all your jars, what a lovely little thing to have your bags. That's brilliant. And now, if you need a fabric to go with this, so that's £4.49 for half a metre. I'll leave that one there because this fabric goes together really well with it. So this is this is in the same collection called I'm Bugging Out, but it's beautiful bright red background, same red that's used in here, but you've just got lots of little bugs all over it. So it would go really well with this if you were making a bag and maybe you wanted something for the lining or for the handles or for the facing or the binding of it. It'd be really good to use with that. Or if you just or a little dress, or if you want just the red, because it's just like little bugs all over it, something a bit more subtle. So they go together really well because they're in the same collection. But I love this red one. I want to make a pair of dungarees for a little child. If I had a 2-year-old, I would make dungarees. I don't think my 21-year-old would wear them, which is a shame, because he'd look really nice in them. I'm just not, he's 6'1" though, so I think I might need quite a lot of fabric. Maybe I'll make them and send them to him. So Freddie, I've made you some dungarees. Imagine his joy. But if he was 2, he would absolutely love them. Mine used to have stick insects. Oh, I just couldn't. They'd have them crawl on their faces that made me just want to die. Why do kids love stick insects? They're just like, and then they breed. And you go into the fish tank aquarium thing, and there's hundreds of them. Horrified. It was like, I just didn't know how we were ever going to reduce the numbers, what on earth, but then I think they might have escaped. That was even worse. Even worse. Anyone who's had stick insects will know exactly what I'm talking about. This is a very unusual one. Do you know what? This would be really good for EPP. Because you've got a really bright pink background. I mean, lovely to use as a whole. But if you were doing EPP and you wanted a single element in the middle of each one, well, we've got a sewing machine table. £3 saving, £3.99. Look, we've got an old-fashioned telephone, a toaster, a sewing machine, a radio, a fan, a liquidizer, a camera, and a milk carton, and a vacuum cleaner. That's ideal for EPP, isn't it? But lovely as a whole fabric as well. It's just fun. It's just fun. You know, you're making tote bags for a sale. Brilliant. If you're putting a pocket in a dress, put your pocket in this. What the joy. No, every time you put a pocket in a dress, I always put something really bright and fun. Reversible bucket hat. Very nice. Yeah, that would be really cool, wouldn't it? So, you know, as the day moves on, you could turn it around and turn to that. I love that one. Right, let's go autumn. Autumn. So I've got 2 here, but they've got different colour backgrounds. Same fabric, but different colour backgrounds. So this is your real, just as the leaves are turning, your real sort of limey colour. And then on the background, we've got green leaves, orange leaves, red leaves, blue leaves. But what a lovely colour. So this was £6.99. But we are reducing it today for our special bank holiday sale. It's really nice that all the leaves have got prints on them as well. So some of the leaves have got spots on, some of the leaves have got leaves on, and some of the leaves have got small leaves on, and one of the leaves has got daisies on. So that's Leaf Dance in green. And then we've also got it, I'll put it next to it so if you want both of them, you can see how they go together. Lowest ever price. That's the green, but we've also got it in orange. So that's what they look like together. Exactly the same print, just different colourways. And then that's the orange. I've got a few more messages about the quilt competition. We will be answering them all just after 9 when we start the next hour, just so that we can answer them all together. And hopefully we'll answer everyone's questions in one go. So we're not ignoring you, we're just saving them up. £4.99 this one for the orange one. Rainbows. Keep checking out on this one. Right, I'm going to move on to rainbows. We all need a bit of rainbow in our life. This is another Lewis and Irene fabrics called Over the Rainbow. It's got lots of rainbows with little stars. I like the fact the rainbows look like those old-fashioned jukeboxes because they're kind of long rainbows with little stars all over them. So if you fancy a little bit of rainbow print, £4.99 for Lewis and Irene is fab. £4.99. Please do check out on that. We're getting quite low on stock on that one now. Less than 10 metres, and we won't be getting this one again. So if you fancy some rainbows, Lewis and Irene, £4.99. We won't be getting it again. Do check out on this one. Right. So this is going to be the last one, but there's a lot that I haven't got through. But we'll bring some of them back at 10 when we do more of our bank holiday deals, but they are all on the website for you to look at. Look at this one. Beautiful, isn't it? This is Wyndham Fabrics, Posy by Annabelle Wrigley. Really lovely pale, it's like ice cream, mint ice cream background with tiny little floral posy prints on it, reducing that one to £4.99. Now, if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down from there, all of the fabrics that are on the bank holiday deals are on there, so you can get ahead. Not the ones that I haven't been through yet, we won't have discounted, but they will be. So whatever price, if you buy at the full price, don't worry, when your basket is closed at midnight, you will be charged the lower price that we mentioned on air. Now, in the next hour, we've got Katharine Wright with us, who is going to demonstrate this amazing cave quilt. Look at that. It's beautiful, isn't it? We've got purples and pinks and yellows and oranges and a little bit of lime for luck as well. We've also got, this is a complete kit as well, all the fabric, all the instructions, complete boxed kit. We've also got the same quilt but in blues. Katharine will be demonstrating that, so you'll be able to have a good look at all the fabrics that are in that. And also, when I come back after the break, we will be talking about the designer block. So if you've sent in any questions or you're not sure about anything, I'll answer all the questions. Hopefully that everyone will have asked the same question by the end of the day, so we'll be able to answer them all. So don't go anywhere. Congratulations to everyone who's checked out. Continue checking out in the break, and I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Morning and welcome to Sewing Street. If you've only just joined me, 9 o'clock, and thank you for staying if you were here at 8. Now, at 8 o'clock, I launched our brand new Sewing Street Design a Quilt Block competition. So I know there's a lot of you who weren't here at 8, so I'm going to tell you all about it again. Now, message about it. I'm sorry, I've just tuned in. I missed about the designer block. I was a winner last time. It was so much fun. Oh, Wendy, congratulations. Oh, well, looking forward to your design this year then. No pressure, no pressure. It was fun, wasn't it? Now, how it works is £5.99, you buy the fabric panel. This is what it looks like. On the panel are 8 strips of fabric, which measure 40, oh, I can't read it upside down, 2.5 by 14 inches each. You've also got a 13 by 13 inch square of white fabric. Now, using those fabrics, you create a quilt block. The quilt block will measure 12-inch square once finished, so you need to send it in as 12.5 by 12.5 inches. But don't worry, all of that information is on here. You have to finish your block by the 11th of July. It needs to be with us by the 11th of July at the latest. We will then choose 12 winners, which, believe me, is not very easy at all. We put all of those blocks together into a quilt and we display it at the Festival of Quilts. And everyone who wins will win £100 credit onto their Sewing Street account. All of the other blocks, we won't be able to return them, but last year what we did is we gave them out to people, and they were made into blocks and given away to a charity or raffled or just given. So this year we've gone for a new colourway. We've got pinks and blues. It's so pretty, isn't it? Really, really pretty. Now, we've had lots of questions in, which is why I'm covering it again. There's a lot of them cover the same topic, so hopefully we'll answer everyone's question. Do you have to use all the colours from the block of the month in your design, or can you just choose the colours out of it you like? From Pauline. Pauline, you can do whatever you like. You don't have to use all of them. Just... but somebody else said, can I buy more than one block if I want to use more colours? As long as your block is 12.5 inches sent to us, 12-inch finished, you can use whatever you like. Now, last year, we did say to people you can use your own fabrics and other embellishments. So there's another question. Can other fabrics be added to those in the panel to make the designer block square? Well, yes, you can, but what we would say is please keep that to a minimal. If you need a little bit of another colour because you're creating, I don't know, a pictorial design, that's fine. But if you can use in the main the fabrics from here, it just means that when we put them all together as 12, it will be more unified, it will hang together better. So if you want to use some of your own embellishments, we had people who put on buttons and embroidery thread, that's fine, and a bit of your own is fine as well. But just if you can keep it in the main to these fabrics, just will mean all the blocks will go together better. So all of the address to send it to is on the panel, the finishing date, the information about the size is all on there. There's the block that you'll get. Now, we will be going through it at the beginning of each hour because obviously we know lots of people tune in throughout the day, and this is the first day we've launched it. This isn't the only day you can buy it. Obviously, there is a point at which we will stop selling it, otherwise you won't get them in on time. But the sooner you get it, the longer you've got to think about it. So I was given 2 panels to make something, so I went really simple and I made a log cabin. Now, remember, the people who win, they're not all the experts. It's not the ones that are the most beautiful, the ones that are fantastically done. It's all about design concepts, originality. We chose some blocks to win last year that were as simple as this, but they were beautifully executed. And it's not, you know, it can be an original design, and that's great, but it can be a design that isn't original, that's you know, that you've taken from a book or something. That's absolutely fine as well. So it's all about your creativity. What do you choose to do? So even if you're a beginner to sewing, you can still have a go. We certainly had beginners who won last year. Then for another one, I did an FPP just to show you what that would look like if you do that. Don't need a lot of fabric for that one. But it just shows you, see, I use mainly the pinks for that one, a little bit of blue for the top. So just choose whatever, just to give you an idea of what you can do. And remember, the finished quilt will be on display at the Festival of Quilts. And last year, I think we had nearly everybody who won came up to see us and saw their design in the quilt, because I joined it all together. I think Emma Bradford quilted it, and it was all hanging up on display. It was lovely. So I'm looking forward to the judging this year, although it's really, really difficult. We had so many blocks and it was so difficult to choose. But you can do anything, patchwork. Don't quilt it though. That's why I say do not quilt it, because we will join them all together and we will quilt it. So if one's quilted, it will then look super quilted. So don't do that. But we had patchwork, we had applique, we had FPP, EPP, embroidery, all sorts. The only limit is your imagination. I love that when people say that and you go, oh, you suddenly think, well, I haven't got any imagination then. The only limit is how long you've got to think about it, because the longer you've got them, the better your ideas are. Anyway, so that's the designer block. So we are going to be doing this fantastic cave quilt. Can we show the quilt? You won't be able to see Katharine because she's wearing the same colour dress. Oh no, Katharine's not in that photo.
I am totally, look.
Yeah, see? Can't even see Katharine at all because her dress is exactly the same colour. There we go. Can we see Katharine now? There you go, look, as if by magic. She wore a dress to match a quilt. As if if you lay on that at a picnic, nobody'd see you. You're incognito. It's brilliant. But it shows you it's summer bright, isn't it?
I know, it's lovely.
It's gorgeous
really
quilt,
lovely.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's have a look at what's in the box. Ooh. So we've got two different ones. I'm going to show you this one first. So this is the box, all beautifully boxed, as always with our Kaffe quilts. Now, before we open it up, let's have a little think about a price. So, £199.99, but it is bank holiday. And for those of you who have joined us in our special secret bank holiday club, everyone else is on the beach or not at work, whereas we're here and you're with us, thankfully. No way. We are going to put a £50 saving on this quilt because it's bank holiday and we're here. £139.99, £50 saving, and this is brand new. So this isn't even like a special clearance deal. This is just a bank holiday joyful deal. £139.99. Let's have a look in the box. Now, don't worry, just a minute before, if you've already checked out, you will be charged the lowest price. That applies to all of our products. So in the same way that our post and packaging is applied at midnight when your basket closed, which means you only pay it once. So whether you check out 10 times or just twice, you will only be charged P&P once. And also, if you buy something ahead, if we reduce the price at any point during the show, you will always be charged the lowest price. So don't worry about shopping ahead and think, oh, I went to see what the price. Right, so in this kit, all the fabrics are from the Kaffe February 2023 collection. So it's even brand new. So if you collect any of his fabrics, you know all the fabrics in this quilt are from the Kaffe 2023 collection. So I like the fact it's boxed because you can keep it all in the box as you're doing it. I made one of these, I think, for a show. And as I did all the bits and cut them out, I kept them all in the box. Quite nice to have that. So you start off, we've got full instructions. We'll have a look at those in a moment. Then beautifully wrapped fabrics in tissue paper, which is a joy. Because when you've spent all of that on a quilt, it's nice to have your kit, everything in it. So let's open up the tissue paper. And then all your fabrics are wrapped in a ribbon. It's like having your own personal parcel. Right, these are all the fabrics that are included. Remember, these are from the Kaffe 2023 collection. So we've got beautiful pansies. We've got gorgeous stripes. Now these stripes go round the inner border. They work so well because the way that they're placed, you've got them going vertically down and then they're cut so they go vertically across the bottom as well. They make a really lovely border. I think it gives a real pace to the quilt because you've got that sort of angled, lots of fabrics joined together, and then you have them framed by this striped border which sort of quietens it down, and then you go for a big floral outer border, so the pace throughout the design changes. These are used in the center. You've got a gorgeous, it's so hot summer, isn't it? Look at these fabrics, they're just beautiful. This one is used in the outer border, so you get quite a lot of that one, and it's cut specifically so that the flowers go centrally down it. You know that, I mean, you don't want to cut through the flowers. They speak for themselves, so it's beautiful, isn't it? This one is used on another one of the borders. Half of the stock of this one is now gone. Oh, it's used in some of the central triangles, but also in the one of the borders, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4 borders on this. Just a quick question. Hi to you and the team. Is the quilt beginner friendly? From a sunny Norfolk. Well, Angela, for a start, that's not fair. And secondly, Katharine, is the quilt beginner friendly?
Yes.
Yes.
It's templates, but I'd say it's a beginner template. If you've never used templates before, it's a good starting point.
Okay. Well, what I would say is, Angela, watch Katharine's demo. You'll know what level you're at. But, you know, there's only one way to find out if you can do these things. If you're new to it, just take it slowly and read the instructions over and over and over again, and don't just rush through it. Remember, £50 saving. And then this one, I love this one. So this one is in, this is in a lot of the diamonds. It's like this beautiful big floral print. So you can see you've got all of that. Then you've got the instructions as well. I love that. Yeah, this is the one that brings that real zing of lime green into it. So here's the instructions. You've got a full picture of the quilt, which is always useful when you're doing it. Now we've got more people who've got this in baskets than we've actually got. But that doesn't mean there's not enough for you. It just means people have put them in their baskets, but they haven't checked out. So if you want one, get into your basket, check out straight away. I've still got the other kit. I've got the other kit to go through anyway. So you'll have done that by the time that Katharine gets to go through the demo. So you've got a list of all the fabrics, and what's lovely is they tell you which fabric is which, but there's a picture of them as well, so they're easy to match. Then the instructions are very comprehensive with diagrams, tell you exactly how to make the block. Then you've got a finished block diagram as well as a photo, and that's the template. So we're not talking complex templates. So that's the pink version. Well done for all of you who've checked out. Now, let me show you, we have the same quilt, but in another colour. Katharine will be demonstrating this colour so you can see what it looks like. This one's called Dizzy Blues. Isn't that beautiful? Love that one. Again, all the fabrics are from the February 2023 collection. Now, this is, we're going to match the price on this one. So again, if I get my sleeve off. Was $199.99, is now reduced to $139.99. Exactly the same. The instructions are obviously same instructions, but they've printed the colourway so you can see how it all works. It's really important that you know which fabric is which. You've got the template, you've got the diagram, so everything's the same, but they have actually put the different colourways in this one just to make it simpler so you can see what colour's what. Then it's all wrapped in tissue paper. And ribbon. It's like a large present, isn't it? Keep the ribbon. Very good for the top of drawstring bags or presents. So these are the fabrics that are used in this one. So we've got a lovely spot. I mean, you can probably I can work out from the picture what's used where. That's in the central triangles. This flower is in those triangles. Then we've got this gorgeous, like a black background, but with purple. So this is really cool blues and purples. This beautiful grey background with teal is used on one of the wider borders. Then we've got this amazing, is this the outer border?
Yes. And little
triangles. So this is used for the main outer border.
No,
Look at that.
It's the thinner border, that one.
Okay.
And your binding.
That's stunning, isn't it? So look at these colours. Then you've got this lovely, more neutral colour, but with purple in it. That's used amongst all of the triangles. So that makes the other triangles really stand out. This is the outer border. Wow. Look at this one. There's loads of this one. Well, you need it all for the outer border.
It's triangles as well.
And the triangles, but isn't that gorgeous? So you've got enough fabric in here to make the whole of the top of the quilt and the binding as well. You will need to buy backing fabric and wadding, as is the same with all of our quilt kits. Now I'll go through the details of what you need for that later, but you have got enough for the top and the binding. Now both of the kits were $189.99. We've reduced them to $139.99. £50 saving. So if you buy both of them, you're saving £100. Wouldn't it be lovely? Maybe you've got 2 single beds in a spare room, put one of each colourway on them. Or if you've got a wall that needs painting, just make a quilt and hang it up. Be lovely to take out for a picnic. That would be very impressive, wouldn't it? Imagine getting that one out. You could have rubbish sandwiches. Nobody'd even notice if you relied on that quilt. Anyway, so Katharine, how do we get on? What do we do to start with? What did you do to start with?
Oh, well, I opened the box and stroked it all lovingly and went, oh, it's just lovely, lovely fabric, as always. I love it when I get these boxes. It is really exciting opening them up. Well, obviously, the first thing to do with all of these is to go through nice and carefully your cutting list.
Which one is which?
And which one is which. And it says it's important to label and sort them as you cut.
Very sensible.
So I always think, I haven't cut the whole quilt, but if I was going to make the whole thing, I would have a day where I cut it all out and have them beautifully labelled up in little piles ready. And like you say, you can
Wow.
keep them in the box and it's really cool.
Well, there
But
were
then if you
single
don't
figures
finish-
on the pink one now, just
If you don't
saying.
finish it off, you can get back into it really
Yes,
quickly.
so cut it all out.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, you mentioned spray starch.
Absolutely, because I wouldn't say it's absolutely essential, but I think you'll get a better finish if you use
Okay.
it. Because we've got lots of triangles and we've got lots of things
So what do you
not
do?
cut on the grain.
How do you use this? If
So
you've never
I've
used
got
it
one
before?
here that hasn't been done. Shall we do it? So
Right, we do have Best. So some people use Best Press. We do have that on the website, but this is a June Taylor product called Starch
so just give
Savvy,
it a little spray.
and it's back in stock
A
today.
nice hot iron.
And what does that do then?
It just stiffens it slightly.
Okay.
So it just means when you come to sew it, actually look, you can feel the difference here. You feel one that's been done and one that
Oh
hasn't
yeah,
done.
completely. Yeah, that's much stiffer.
It is.
So it's not going to stretch.
stretch
And does
bend
that just
as
wash?
much.
Yeah. So look, that's got a bit of stretch because it's on the bias, whereas that hasn't.
Hasn't in
And
the
it
same
washes
way.
out.
And it washes
So it's
out.
just for
Yes.
making sewing easier.
It is.
Oh, well, there
It
we
is.
go. Particularly, well, if you're a beginner,
Yeah, I
ideal.
really recommend it.
I mean,
actually.
I think I use Best Press. Just 'cause I haven't tried this one.
That feels quite nice though.
It
It's
is,
quite
doesn't it? I
firm.
like that. That's
yeah.
got a nice finish to it.
I'd say possibly a little
But
firmer.
I Best Press everything because, I mean, it does say things like, well, creates flatter seams, improves fit. Well, it does help with machine sewing. And also, I do it when I've done quilt blocks, I spray them afterwards because you can get them back in shape better.
Ah, good tip.
So this is basically June Taylor's equivalent, but Best Press, Starch Savvy. But for something like this, it will make your sewing easier.
It will.
So do you spray before you cut?
No, I tend to do it once
After you've cut?
after I've
okay.
cut it, because then I don't end up with pieces that are sprayed that I don't need. But I mean, it wouldn't matter either way. It probably makes sense to spray it all and iron it all. But I tend to do it.
Either or.
I
Right.
tend to put it on, have them all cut out and like put them out on the ironing board and squirt them all and then
Okay.
do it. But I don't think it matters really, does it?
Not really, just wondered.
Yeah.
So you cut them
So
all.
I've taken my template. I've actually backed it on card
Oh,
to
okay.
make it a little bit easier to use, a bit firmer. You can see when I've started to cut them, I have slightly cut into it with my rotary cutter. So
Okay.
it might be a good idea to actually like prep 2 or 3.
Yes, yeah, I guess you could just
that you
photocopy them,
keep
couldn't
them
you?
at-
Or
yeah.
just trace over it.
Absolutely, yeah. And so it goes through and it tells you which fabrics you need to cut yourself strips from, and your strips are the right width for your triangle template. And then when we cut them out, we're going to rotate it so you have one that way and then you have one that way. So it's very efficient on your cutting out. So I'm going to cut this one. So if you see, you can line it up at the top and the bottom, and it is the right width.
Okay. And then use your rotary cutter.
I use my rotary cutter, yes. I mean, you could draw round it, but then I would still use my rotary cutter
To cut it,
it
whatever.
out to make
Okay.
it really neat. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, I guess as well, you can get template plastic, can't you? I
You
suppose you could
can.
make it from that.
I ought to get some of that because they keep giving me things with templates
Yeah.
and I haven't got any
Yeah, so you
to try it.
You
but,
could cut it
but I do
straight from
find,
if you put it
haven't
onto
got
cardboard, then
Yeah, this is quite nice stiff card.
Okay.
Stiff card. Right. So down the long edges, and then it's moved. Hold on, didn't quite catch that. None of that didn't happen at all when I was cutting them out at home. Of course. That's good. That's a bit better. Right, and then you need to take out these little corners because these are going to help
okay.
when you sew it. They're going to help you get your 1/4 inches. To be honest with you, nice rotating cutting might be a good idea, wouldn't
Yes,
it?
it would actually,
Should
because
have
then you
got
can
that
just do it. So I guess what you could do is you could cut all the strips, you cut the triangles, you can cut the corners.
Yeah. So you do end up with lots of tiny pieces everywhere where you cut the corners, but it gives you the right shape. It's very interesting, this fabric, because the first ones I cut out in my sample block, They don't look pink at all.
Oh no, they don't.
No, whereas they look quite pink. So depending
quite
which
nice.
bit of
You get a real
your
multicoloured
fabric, you will
effect
get
then, don't you?
a real multicoloured effect. And I think this quilt as well is going to look really, really different to that one, because this one here, where the lime green is the predominant one, in this one it's your softer one.
Okay.
So it's going to have a much kind of softer look to it, I think.
But it makes those blues really stand out, doesn't it?
Pop out. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so every block is the same. Has these triangles and the little corners put on.
So you cut all the triangles out,
you've got,
and the borders.
Yes, it tells you your things for the borders. It tells you all your cutting.
Oh, I guess because some fabric is used for the triangles and the borders.
It is.
See, I love this stripe here.
That works really well, doesn't it?
It just does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the fact that you've got then that some of these borders are also in the triangles as well.
I like this wiggly one, which we've got in this blue too.
And then the binding is in that border and in here as well, so the whole thing is pulled together.
The whole thing just goes together, doesn't it? And each of the blocks, although they're all constructed in the same way, they're all slightly different on where the fabric is.
Oh, okay, and it tells you. You don't have to...
Well, you've got your little guide on the back and you've got a key. Now, I think it's a good idea, because you've got A, B, C, D, E, F, G here, you could take a little scrap of your fabric and literally staple it to this. So you go, okay, that's A, yes. And because as you get into it, you'll remember which is which.
Yeah.
But for starters,
I think that's a good idea.
That's quite a good idea, I think.
And you could just have them stuck somewhere, so you know which is which.
Absolutely. So I made this first block, which has, so G is my neutral one, and there's C, and there A, and then we've got the little corners change. So you've just got to watch that as you're doing it. To be quite honest with you, if you got one wrong, I don't think it would matter.
No, other than that you might not have enough.
Yeah, or if you muddled them up, if you muddled up those little corners and didn't get them exactly.
Done that.
Well, when you put them together, if you look, they do go opposite each other.
Oh, they do, don't they?
On the
rows.
rows.
You'd never know.
But it would not be the end of the world, I don't think, if you accidentally did one wrong.
Right.
I wouldn't beat myself up about it anyway.
But I guess they've done that so you've got an even spread, but don't unpick it if you sew one wrong.
Yeah, I would say so. Right, so we're going to...
Well, particularly because the colour changes depending on where you cut it in the fabric anyway.
Well, it does, absolutely. So you've got all your beautiful triangles cut and spray starched and ready. These are my ones that I have already done spray starching on. So I'm going to lay out for my second block here. They've all got the 4 G fabrics.
Yeah, so on the blue quilt that's this taupe colour, and then on the pink quilt it's in the green fabric, which comes out pink in some places.
Yes, and quite orangey as well there.
Yeah, just depends which part of the fabric you get.
Yes. Right, and then we've got this nice little flowery one in there, and then we've got our A fabric as well, which again here looks quite blue, doesn't it? Right, so we're like
is that the same as the pink? So that's the same.
I'll tell you what, shall we put it with the pink
Yeah, no,
ones
it's interesting. That's the same as
the one I spray start.
So you could put pink. Well, you can. It doesn't really matter, like you say, does it? Just put them in, see what colour comes out.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm going to spray starch this one just because you can really feel the difference.
No, you really can. You really can. It is worth having.
I like that one. I'm going to get some of that one.
Yeah, that one doesn't smell at all, does it?
Well, the best press sometimes has, you can choose, can't you?
Yes, yeah, I like the lavender smelling one.
Okay, and then we've got the corners. Let me just make sure I've got them right. So E is the nice
So do you always lay out the whole block first?
Yeah.
Just to be sure?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Especially if I'm determined I am going to get it correct. Right, F is that one. You can see why it would benefit me to put my little bits on there.
Well, also because with some of the fabrics, they might be the same fabric, but the colours look quite different. So if you labelled everything, I'd have it, all in piles and labels.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do.
So far. So far, I mean, a beginner could do this because it is just cutting out.
Just got to take your time.
Right.
I mean, any quilt, the cutting out's the most important
Well,
bit.
it is really.
And if you take your time, it will be okay. I imagine, like all these quilt kits, there's a little bit spare if you go error.
Yes.
If you have errors. I mean, I've found generally they always have a little bit left over, but just take your time with it. Don't rush them, I think. I really like the cutting out process.
I actually do. I don't know. I think
I
it's
don't
because,
mind it at all. Lots of people don't like it.
No, I quite like it, but I always do it on a different day.
Yes.
So that it's quite separate.
Yes.
Right, I'm doing that, and then tomorrow I'll do it.
Sticky label.
Yes. No, I quite like it because it's very precise, and you have to think, you know, quite carefully through it. But the joy of having it all cut out is lovely.
It's nice, absolutely. Okay, so we're going to put our triangles together in pairs first. So everything's a 1/4 inch seam. You should find when you put these together that when you sew, where these little, can't see on all my things, so where the little points come on the triangle points where you've kind of nicked the edges off, that should be like a 1/4 inch. So when you sew it, it'll kind of come off the end.
Right, okay. So it just makes it a bit more accurate.
Yeah, so you can kind of tell if you're going in the right place. I think. And I would say if you are a big beginner, they call this for confident beginner, but if you are a beginner and you're not sure, draw yourself a 1/4 inch line.
Yeah, I guess,
follow.
and you've got quite a lot to do, so you'd soon not
so you
have
could
to.
just, you know, you could lay a few out, get them prepped, get a little line to follow. And the more you do, the more you get your eye in, don't you?
Yes. So you mean,
I mean, I've put a 1/4 inch foot on this as well, which will help. So it's kind of up to you which way is the way you find best for keeping your 1/4 inches straight.
Yes, I know. Some people prefer to use the line on their machine, some the 1/4 inch foot. I mean, you always have to test your
The main thing is to be consistent.
Right.
Because it's not always the same. Sounds silly, doesn't it?
Yeah,
of course.
yeah, it is.
So Hannah, who works with me, and I made a quilt jointly. She did her 1/4 inches using just on the machine. I used a 1/4 inch foot, and it was different.
Wow. So you kind of need to check
that out. So we kind of learnt, choose a method and stick with it. Yes, absolutely. But depending because I've got a few different sewing machines, depending what sewing machine I'm using, I'll use a different method. So
oh, really?
Well, I've got a machine where it sets the needle over to the edge.
Oh, okay.
And that's quite a nice way, but it makes actually quite a small 1/4 inch.
Oh, does it?
It makes, I would say a scant 1/4 inch.
Yeah, so I guess
less than if I'm using the 1/4 inch foot.
I know a lot of people say is measure the 1/4 inch, draw it on your fabric, and then see how that comes out on your machine. Yeah, on mine, because I've got this Elna 720, I use there's a high performance foot and plate, and that foot is a 1/4 inch wide, so it's not a 1/4 inch foot with the blade, it just is, and that's the one I use the most. But you have to sort of play with your machine and decide, but draw, if you're new to it, or if you've never checked this out, it's important you get it right. So draw the 1/4 inch onto your fabric by measuring really carefully, and then see where that comes on your machine.
Now I would say as well with these triangles, when you're sewing them, I'd start at the wider edge and come down to the smaller edge. Sometimes when you've got small bits, your sewing machine can take them down and chew them up a bit, or that's the bit as well that can wobble more, I think, because there's less of it to
right, no, that makes sense. Okay. So remember that tip, because that's not in the instructions.
No, I mean in the instructions it just tells you to join them together.
Right, just as a stock warning, the pink one behind Katharine, there are only 7 left. And there are 33 of you who have got it in baskets. That's the pink one behind Katharine, so, and me. 7 left, 33 in baskets. So if you want this one, you do need to get checked out. The one that Katharine is demonstrating with is the bluer version that's called Dizzy Blues.
Okay, so there we've got our nice little pairs. So I'm going to press those.
So open one side.
I'm going to press it to one side. It doesn't really matter which.
Okay.
But I think because the sort of beigey lilac one is a little bit lighter, I'll go towards the blue.
But otherwise it doesn't matter.
Otherwise it doesn't matter because There's no real kind of matching here.
Right.
Except when you come to actually join your blocks.
Okay, so, but there's, it doesn't
But
matter.
on the block itself, there isn't.
Right, so you're not doing it for nesting
No,
purposes.
you're not. I tell you what, I didn't best spray starch that one. This feels much better.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I often do that when I'm doing these demos. I'll do one without, one with, and
Right,
see
just
which
to
is
see.
best. It's definitely better to spray starch.
It's flatter.
I can feel it is. I can feel it's going to go together better.
And then when you wash it, it all comes out. It's not like the old fat, it's not proper starch. That's why it's called starch savvy, any of that or the best press. So it doesn't leave that really thick residue that starch does.
No, not at all. It doesn't even feel really like it's got anything on it.
No.
It just firms it up a bit, doesn't it? Right, we're going to put the quarters together into halves then. So we're going to do 2 halves. So the actual block itself is really, really not tricky, is it?
No, and I guess you just make one and then the next one will be even quicker.
Absolutely. Managed to catch the edge. Start a little bit further forward. Obviously, as you're starting to put these triangles together, you're going to start to get quite a lot of seams coming down to the bottom here. So, but hopefully we should be okay. Yeah. And I'm pleased to notice.
Oh, I've just saved money, thank you. Lovely dresses, ladies. Love watching you both from Lynn. Oh, thank you, Lynn. Yes,
I finished sewing this while the coronation was on. That's what I did.
Did you?
Had the coronation on.
And you made your pink dress.
And finished the dress.
It's beautiful.
Thank you.
It's a really lovely dress. Nice bit of pleating gathering across there as well. Shame they didn't invite you. You'd have looked lovely in Westminster Abbey.
I would have got a good hat.
Yeah.
I love a hat. I would have got myself a
I
big
know,
hat.
and that pink dress would have seen
Although
you
I
as
get
well.
the feeling you probably wouldn't have had such a good view.
No, probably not.
No.
Not unless you were the cameraman up in the sky. You wouldn't have done. Yeah, I got some good photos. My husband's not around. He's abroad, and I sent him some photos from that I'd taken so he could see. That I just took on the
Did you
telly.
do? Oh no, just
I just took photos on the TV. And he messaged me and goes, "Were those taken off the TV?" Like, no, I was there. I mean, I was like right next to. Because I took it when Charles was having the crown put on his head. It was like, you know, on the TV. Yeah, no, they let me stand next to him. I still don't know what he meant. Where did he think I got them from? Did I go? How nice. I think they were just really good, amazingly came out quite well. And sometimes when you take them off the TV, they don't, but it was funny.
One of my friends was, you know, when you watched it and they went down to Buckingham Palace and there was a big grandstand.
Yes.
One of my friends was there because she works for Battersea Dogs Home, and a load of their representatives were invited because Camilla has rescue dogs from there. Yes. So she had a seat there and she said it was amazing.
Oh, wow.
So you can see when we've put them together, look, we've got a little bit here that hopefully is going to be 1/4 of an inch.
Right. And that's all worked out, you see.
It's all worked out for you if you've done it now. So we have got a seam here. I was wrong. We've got one seam in the middle. You just grab a pin. Where are the little pins thing? There it is. It's hiding. Hiding. I do like to just, when I've got seams to match, pin them in place.
So that's the only one you need to match, really, then?
It is.
Right, both of the quilt kits now have more people who have the kits in baskets than we've actually got in stock. So if it's in your basket, you need to check out before you miss out. What I loved about the coronation was how much sewing there was.
Yes.
And I just thought, you know, I know you sort of think about some of these things in churches are embroidered, but I hadn't really realised, like the cloak that he was wearing was all embroidered, wasn't it? And Camilla's dress, beautifully embroidered, even had dogs on it, little Jack Russells across the bottom. And all of these sort of really ancient vestments, they're all embroidered, aren't they?
I know, they're beautiful. And the really old not sure what it was, thing they put on him.
Yeah, that's sort of one with all different
and
nations.
And you just think how ancient it must be, and how they must have to conserve it.
Well,
it's
I
really
saw on our local news,
interesting.
because I live in the West Country, that the glove makers of Warminster, they made the original glove and they had it, because that one glove, and they renovated it all. It was probably...
I missed what the one glove was for.
No idea. I did wonder why there was only one. But I know that this local Gants in Warminster had taken it to renew it all, to send it back again, because they're a proper traditional glove maker. And they'd interviewed the Royal School of Needlework about everything that they'd done for it. And you think,
it's
it's
really
if it wasn't for sewing...
I know, it's so interesting.
Wouldn't have been very as impressive, would it? But there was so much, and even, those screens they brought when he was having the oil.
Yes, they were nice.
They were beautiful as well. They should have focused in on those, because I bet that was all embroidery as well.
They should have done a special, had one special camera just for the sewing, shouldn't they?
Well,
it
was actually quite amazing, wasn't it?
And I was reading that Kate's dress was embroidered with lots of really
was it?
lovely
I
things.
never got to see her dress, because she just had that whole cape robe thing.
Mm-hmm.
She looked amazing though, didn't she? She's going to be a beautiful queen.
Yeah, it was. I tell you what, I really liked when the bit that they were talking about how the whole procession marched at the same point. That was so. With their earpieces, and then they could all go off, and they'd been rehearsing for 6 weeks. It's like, that's so cool.
That was amazing, wasn't it? How they did that. That was. I tell you what, we do pomp and ceremony, don't we?
We do.
But Camilla looked fantastic, didn't she? Really
I liked how they'd made her ladies in waiting match her. They even had the same hairstyle.
Yes, they did, didn't they?
I think they only got that job if they had the same hairstyle.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, they had to be exactly the same. I kept thinking, what if you needed a wee?
Well, that's interesting, because we had a lot of discussion in our house about that.
Really? I'm not the only person who thought, what if you
And when they kept going, they were retiring. My kids were going, they're going off for a wee now. We decided they had a little cup around the back.
Could you imagine just sitting there going, I wish I had that cup of tea, I wish I had that cup of tea.
And the
and you're like jiggling.
Because churches never have very good toilets, do they? And I mean, those poor people who'd had to get into the Abbey for hours and hours.
Well, they weren't going for a wee, were they?
No.
And, they're not all young people, so they will be needing a wee.
Yeah.
If I don't have a wee...
We were better off at home, weren't we?
I know, I need a wee, really quite. I think about these things.
Okay.
Sorry. Hannah says I've got to stop talking about wee. Got a question. Good morning. Loving the show, beautiful quilts. Do you ever pre-wash the fabrics before cutting out? From Helen in Essex.
I don't, because I always just speedily want to make it.
I don't, because I think it's easier to cut it out.
Yeah.
And also, my theory is, if I was dressmaking, then yes, I would, because if it shrinks and you've cut different things, that would really annoy me. But with a quilt, it's all quilt weight. It all shrink together.
Yes.
At the same time.
Yes.
And I've washed it before, but it's not as crisp. It's not quite the same, is it?
No. I think anything dressing or whatever might be in it is then being washed out.
And all of these fabrics, they're modern fabrics.
I would wash it after I'd finished. Yes. Because then, if there is any shrinkage, it will all go together with your wadding.
I always wash it afterwards, but never before. Now, and that might not be the right way to do it. You do get
a little bit of a popping up bit here, I've noticed.
So what do you do with
I examined this very carefully and decided that they had two.
Yeah, so what you do is you quilt over that bit.
When you quilt it, it's okay.
Yeah, so with this one, they've done an all-over swirly thing, but if you want to do it in lines, just quilt through the centre of there, and that'll hold it.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, we've got to put our little corners on now. I've dropped one. That's it. So again, these are triangles, so you've got a bias edge, so if you spray starch it, it's going to... that one does not want to stay there, does it? So we need to centre this up with the centre. It's not going on those ones. So each block you do, your triangles go on the patterned blue ones rather than the more neutrally ones. And then they'll all be the right way round. So I'm going to fold my triangle in half to get the centre, and I'm going to just finger press the centre there so that I can line those up, because then you see you've got your overlap and that's what you want, but you still want to make sure it's pointing to the centre, else your block won't be square. And going to do the 2 opposite ones and then those 2.
Nice. Did you watch the concert? I missed it last night.
No, I didn't.
I put the telly on at 7:30. I thought, well, I'll watch something until it starts at 8, and then I forgot. Then I went to bed.
Yes, well, I go to bed quite.
And they must repeat it at some point because there's supposed to be quite a mixture of music as well, so I'd quite like to see that.
So we're putting these on with a 1/4" seam as well. So you should find when you sew these corners, if you've positioned it centrally, your 1/4" will come off just where your points meet.
Right, okay.
So then you know, again, you've got it right.
Okay. So it's worth doing. Would you do that sort of central folding every time?
I would.
Right, just to be certain.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could line it up on your. You could find it on your board. These are 4 inches wide.
Oh, I see.
So you could do it and find it like that. I quite like doing a little finger press fold. It gives you a good reference.
Yeah,
point.
that's true. Well, also, you know, there's the joy is in the making, not just the finishing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Well, there's a lot of joy in the finishing as well, especially when that's hanging up.
But you know, you don't have to sit and make the whole thing in one go,
No.
can you? You can do.
Well, you can just do 1 block a day.
Yeah, absolutely.
I always think as well, you know how we all say at Christmas, oh, I wish I'd got started ahead. This is something you think, right, I am going to give someone a quilt for Christmas. I know it's only May.
Oh no, start now.
Start now.
See, I attempted to do that, started in January, still didn't finish that.
Really? What were you making?
Oh, I have all sorts of things. I have these good ideas.
Yeah, no,
and it never happens.
I always have great ideas.
I would be making a quilt for my friends for their wedding anniversary that was it the 25th? They celebrated it last year.
Really?
They're coming round to their 26th, still haven't finished it. So they might get it for their 30th. Luckily they're very good friends.
One day. Oh, Hannah's got another question. Good morning, ladies. I love the quilts. Can I ask if you would wait until the whole of top is sewn before washing, or square by square? Oh, Carol, definitely. Not only sewn, but quilted as well. Because it's better if you sew it after it's quilted and then it all kind of shrinks together. So I always use, my favourite is 80/20 cotton wadding, because once all the other wadding, I haven't used all the others, I use that one so I know how it works, is that once you've quilted it, if you then put it in the washing machine on the cold, not just even cool, but the cold water wash, the whole thing just shrinks very, very slightly, and it sort of removes any imperfections or seams that don't match up. You don't sort of notice it, but it just gives it that kind of very slightly, you know, like a really traditional quilt, where you can see the stitching slightly pulled in a little bit. But definitely wash it after you've quilted it.
I like 80/20.
I mean, that's not the only one. We have lots and lots of different ones. In fact, we've got some wool wadding, which I've asked if I'm going to take home with me, because I really want to have a go at it. I'm going to quilt with it, put it in the machine, how it works, because I love the idea of using wool wadding.
Yeah, I'd quite like to try some of the recycled ones as well.
Well, it's because of the allergies as well with wool.
Yeah.
It's really good for that, and also it's warmer and cooler, isn't it? So.
Oh, it'd be lovely and warm, wouldn't it?
I don't know what the washing instructions are on it, so I'll find that out. But even if you weren't going to wash it after quilted, do wash it when it's all joined together, because if you wash it, you will get some frayed edges, and then when you join it together, your edges won't be as straight if you washed each block.
Right.
Two blocks?
I'm not terribly happy with that middle, but I would probably have another go at that if I was doing it at home, not on a
Would you
demo.
see? I think, I would just steam that.
It's not as good as that one.
No. But if you steamed it and, you know,
yeah, absolutely,
blocked it and quilted it.
Right, I'm just going to trim off those dog ears, and then we can just put these first two together and see how they look.
How are we doing on stock, Hannah? Right, so we are getting very low on stock now.
Now, you see what we were saying about 1/4 inches?
Yes.
I've done this at home on my machine where I've not used a 1/4 inch foot. This one we've used the 1/4 inch foot. Can you see it's come out a little bit
It is
smaller?
slightly, yeah. That'll stretch.
And I cut them.
though.
Well, it will, and you can stretch them to fit. But I cut them
Yeah,
all
no, that
out at the
is-
same time, so I know
Right.
it's not my cutting. I know
It's the
that's
machine. That's
the machine
interesting,
that's,
isn't it?
that's done it differently. So it just sort of. But look, you have got a bit of stretch. in
Yeah.
it. It's amazing what you can make fit.
Especially if you put it really, really hard. But it does, doesn't it? I'm always, if you're sewing like a border to a piece, the piece bit will never fit because of the seams. But once you pull it out, it's then perfect.
Yes.
I know. I'm glad I don't do woodworking because that wouldn't stretch to fit, would it? Imagine.
Woodworking,
Yeah,
definitely
no,
not.
I don't fancy
That's
that.
definitely measured twice, cut once.
Yeah,
isn't it?
measure 3 times or 4. Because you can't go, oh, well, it'll be fine, or when I've washed it. Maybe there's a woodworking equivalent, like, well, once it's sanded.
Well, not woodworking, but silversmithing. When I have my silversmithing tutors in, they, you know, you can cut something out and it may not be perfect, and they was like, you can fix it all by sanding it.
Oh, well, there you go
Yeah.
then.
So maybe that applies
maybe
just on a bigger scale, perhaps, to the woodwork.
That's their equivalent of just sand it a bit.
So obviously when you've got all your blocks, you can lay them out, put them row by row. I think if I was carrying on and making the whole thing, I would probably put them together as I go.
Oh, okay.
Just because of each one being a little bit different.
You'd have to
Or at
label
least
everyone,
stack
otherwise
them
wouldn't you?
up that it's that's row 1 and that's row 2. Otherwise you could easily get yourself in a right tangle, couldn't you? When you come to put it all
That's
together.
true, yeah. Unless you label them all
Yeah.
across, then you could do. But yeah, like, well, also I think sometimes it's nice to do a lot of, you know, production line sewing, but it's also nice to change the pace sometimes.
Yeah.
To make 5 blocks, join them together.
There we go. Because I mean, you can see from this there is a pattern that will emerge. I think you can see it less on this because the
but
the
on
fabrics
there,
are so bright and busy. But I think this one you would see it a lot more.
Yes, I see what you mean. And then if you mess
Because
it
of the
up,
contrast.
the pattern won't be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yes, it doesn't show up as well on that
But
one.
I think on this version you would really see
Yes,
that
okay.
pattern. So if it was me, I'd be going, okay, done that block, done that third one, going to put it on here, so I know it's going in the right place.
That's fab. I love the colours on that one. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really fresh.
Yeah. So hopefully, oh, what happened there? Hopefully, when you do it, you'd find you've got these little. That should be there, and that one should be there because you can see that's what happens here. You've got a little corner square.
That's lovely, isn't it? So really, I mean, it's quite simple. You're using one template. So like, so when you said if you use the first time you use templates, this could be a beginner.
Absolutely, because you're cutting the same one over and over.
Glorious.
Definitely.
Well, thank you so much, Katharine. I'm going to go back and go through the kit, and I'll see you back here at 11
I'll see you in a bit.
for the wall hanging hour. Right, let me just run through the kits again. Sorry, just my ears are falling out. Right. Right, the blue one. They're called Dizzy Blue, so my ears are falling out. Now, with the blue one, we have more people who've got this in baskets than we've actually got in stock. In the blue kit, you get the full instructions, which have got all the colours of the fabric, so you haven't got to try and convert them. There's all the blue fabrics you get. You get all of these gorgeous fabrics. They are all Kaffe Fassett, obviously. You've got this beautiful one that's used in the border, the outer border, but also in the inner triangles. This is the neutral one with the lilac edges to the leaves that's used in the triangles. You've got this gorgeous pink and blue one. They're all from the 2023 Kaffe collection. This lovely grey and turquoise swirly one, the same fabric but in black and purple. Gorgeous. Look at this one. It's one of my favourite ones. Look at the flowers in that one. You have got, it's not so pretty, isn't it? and then this lovely spot. Now there's enough fabric in the kit to make the whole of the quilt top. The finished quilt measures 160 by 182 centimetres, really nice size, and you've got all the fabric to do the quilt top and the binding. There won't be enough to do the wadding and the backing, but you have got all of the fabric to do the quilt top and the binding. Now, please do check out. There are more of you've got that in your baskets than we've actually got in stock. So we will have people missing out, which is a shame. So quickly get it checked out. For the Bohemian was sold out. So the only way that you can get this is to get the Dizzy Blues, but we have more of you have got it in their baskets than we've actually got in stock. Oh yeah, can I just have your blocks, Catherine?
Oh, yes. Oh,
just so I can show them, because it is different, isn't it? Well, it's different when they're all joined together. So just while you're checking out, if you want to see, this is what they look like when they're all joined together. Now, the only way that you can get hold of this one, the quilt, is in the blues, the Dizzy Blues. Isn't it beautiful? But look at the colours. And it's lovely that this pattern, using the more neutral fabric, really flows throughout the quilt as well. So keep checking out for that one. If you have a look on the website, sewingstreet.com, go on to watch live. We have got bundles of backing fabric there, and also wadding if you want to buy that at the same time. Now, after the break, we are going to, we're going to announce yesterday's Win Your Basket. So if you shopped yesterday, then you'll be excited to find out. We have got that today as well. The competition carries today. One of you will win your basket back as credit on your Sewing Street account. So if you've bought this quilt kit, and you bought a sewing machine, you spent, £500-600, or whether you spent £5, you will have that money put back onto your account. And after the break, only if you win one a day, we will be announcing yesterday's winner after the break. I'll see you back here then, and we're going to be going through even more bank holiday fabric deals.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So first of all, I am going to announce the winner of yesterday's Win Your Basket. So this is our competition, Win Your Basket. We had one winner every day, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, since today's the last day. So one lucky person from each day will get them, whatever they spent on Sewing Street, will get all of that money credited back to their account. So whether you spent £5 or £500, the more you spend, the more you get back. At the end of each day, we will draw the winner. So today, keep checking out because you might win your basket back. But yesterday's winner is Janet Hanford. Congratulations, Janet. I hope you spent loads. only just because then you'll get loads more, but I'm sure that everyone else isn't hoping that. But well done. What a fantastic, it's like supermarket sweep, but in our warehouse. So congratulations, Janet, on you win all of what you spent yesterday back in your baskets. You buy even more, and we've got all loads of fabric on discount, so you save even more money. So do check out, the winner of today's will be announced tomorrow. So congratulations to Janet. We are all extremely envious. So I'm going to start this out with the designer block competition we are launching today. So last year we did this for the very first time, and we're doing it again this year, but the colours are different. So what we're asking you to do is, for £5.99 you buy the panel. Now on the panel, it's very important that we do it with the panel, otherwise everybody would send in a block and all the colours would be different. And by doing it this way and giving you the fabrics, then it means that all our blocks will match. So this is the panel you will get. There are 8 strips which each measure 2.5 by 14 inches and a 13 by 13 inch white square, as well as all the rules, the details and dates where to send it back. Now the idea behind it is you create a quilt block. It needs to measure 12.5 inches square, so that includes the 1/4 inch seam allowance, so that when we join it together it's 12 inches. You can use any technique you like, but you need to use these fabrics. You don't have to use all of them. You can just use some of them. You can use the white. We've given you a big square of white, so that maybe you want to do a plique, you could applique it into the centre. Maybe you're doing patchwork and you need a little bit of white, or you do an FPP. People have asked, can we use your own fabric? If you are doing maybe like pictorial work, you need a little bit of another colour, that's fine. But what we would ask is, in the main, for the vast majority, please use the coloured fabrics, because at the end we're going to choose 12 winners and we're going to join all of the blocks together to make one big quilt, and then we will display that at the Festival of Quilts. Now, this is a picture of last year's winning quilt. Isn't that fab? So as you can see from this, there are all different techniques in there. We've got applique embroidery, we've got piecing, there's some FPP, there's some EPP there, there's all different sorts of techniques. The colourways last year was teals and blues. Some of those designs, beautiful, real expert stitching. Others are beginners. It's all about, the reason we chose the winners was to do with creativity, imagination, skill, even just a simple design but executed brilliantly, and also to create a balance across the quilt as well, using all variety of techniques. So you can see there what a beautiful quilt, and we're going to do the same again this year. Everyone who wins, all the 12 winners, will receive £100 to spend in Sewing Street, so credited to their account. We won't be able to return the quilt blocks because we have so many of them, but what we did last year is people took the blocks, made them into quilts, and they were used for charity, either for raising money or to give to charities. So all you've got to do is make your block 12.5 inches finish size, so that it's 12 inches once quilted. Do not quilt it, because we will join the blocks together and then they will be quilted all together. You need to get it sent in so that we receive it here by 11th of July at the latest. Obviously, if you send it in earlier, that would be great because we get more time to look at them. But that will be the latest date. But the sooner you buy the panel, the sooner you can get on with it. Now, to give you a couple of examples, I had 2 panels. I did a log cabin with one. I used white in the centre, but that was on here. And also, if you need a bit of extra white, there's bits of white around the edge as well. So that was a very simple log cabin. And then another panel I did some FPP and made a dressmaker's dummy. So there you go. There's lots of different things that you can do. That's just to give you a couple of examples. So it doesn't have to be one technique, another could be all hand-pieced. It could be all machine sewn. It could be all hand embroidered using the fabrics as well and embellished, which is what quite a few people did last year. Yes, and someone said, can you enter more than once? Yes, of course you can. You know, we won't. No, we will. You can enter as many times as you like. If you want to buy 2 panels to make one block, somebody else asked, I think maybe they had an idea, perhaps they wanted to use all of one colour. Yes, that's absolutely fine, as long as your block is the size it says there. So on the the instructions here. It gives you all the size details. It tells you about the winners. It gives you the date you need to send it back, and it gives you the address as well. So all on there. Anyway, good luck, and I can't wait to see what you do. If you order it today, you've got a few days to think about it as well. What are you going to do? My advice would be choose your favourite technique. Do what you love. Do what pleases you, because then that will always be the best, won't it, for you? If you do what you love and what pleases you and what makes you smile, because that's what sewing's about, isn't it? It's not about it being perfect and brilliant. It's about what pleases you, and what, this is a small block. It's do something that you enjoy, that you want to share with everybody else. Okay. Right, let's get on with our bank holiday deals. So, shall we start off with a very large bundle? Following on from the Kaffe quilt, let's have a big Kaffe bundle. Look at this saving. £40 saving. Wow, £40. So in here we are getting 20 metres of Kaffe fabric. 20 metres. Would you like to have a look? That means there's 40 half metres. This works out as under £7 for half a metre, which £40 saving, 40 Kaffe fabrics. Can you imagine? You could use them all in one quilt. You could just keep them in your stash and use them as you fancy. You could put them into groups and say, I'll use 6 for this project, 7 for that one. When are you ever going to get the opportunity to have 40 half metres? And we are limited on these, and we won't be able to make any more. So there are fewer than 5 left. You are getting 40 half metres and you are saving £40. I've run out of circle space now. I'm going to have to make another one. Look at this. It's just gorgeous. Ooh. Right, 3 of these left. You could make a whole patchwork duvet cover, couldn't you? How nice would that be? You know how the good thing about Kaffe is all the fabrics go together. So you could put them into colourways if you wanted. You could put them in prints, because there are several different prints. Final two, and we will not be able to make this bundle again. Get this offer while you can. This is the last time that we can make this. 1 left. Look at that. Look at that. That's just a glorious pile. I would like that. Yeah, now I wish I hadn't done that, because I need to get it off the desk. But, you know, please keep on checking out. Yes, maybe I'll just slide them off onto something. Poor cat's going to have to put them back. At least I didn't unfold them all. It could be worse. Right, should we do the... Cat's managed to pick them up in her arms in one. That was quite impressive. Kaffe Fat Quarter bundle. Underneath, oh, this one. Right, sorry. Right, we have got a Kaffe Fat Quarter. Now, in here, we have 8 fat quarters. And it's going to £28.99. So, should we have a look? 8. Let me show you what they look like. Fat quarter is, let's see, this is an American, so it's slightly different in inches. I think it's 18 by 22. There we go, look at that one. That's what the fat quarter looks like. And you're getting 8 of them. 1, 2, should be £31.99, but it's bank holiday. It's raining. Well, for most people, a lot of you have messaged in it's raining. Some of you are lucky and it isn't. Oh, I've never seen that one before. Seen that print, but not in the black. Love the black oranges. This is all sort of blacks, whites, pinks and purples. There we go. So 8 fat quarters. £28.99. I really like those. And if you've got any other Kaffe as well, because he's got all of the colours in here, he's got the pinks and the purples and greens, it'll all go together, but aren't they beautiful? I mean, you know, just for you could use them all together in one project, but you know, if you make to sell or you make for charity, that's going to be nice for your stall, isn't it? Look at that. Save the ribbon that it comes with. There's the bag. There's the ribbon that goes around the top. Oh, I like that. That's nice, isn't it? Anyway, $28.99. Right, Anna Maria Horner. Now, we did this earlier and we only have a few left. So for those of you who weren't with me at 8 o'clock, you are saving over £25. Wow. Yeah, so that's because it was a £25 saving, but it was something weird like £102.40 or something. So we've reduced it to £99.99. So these are gorgeous. Now, these poppy fabrics flew out by the half metre, but we do have it in the bundle. We have only got 4 of these bundles left. But loads of the poppies went by the half metre. Now, all of the other fabrics, those we had by the half metre, all of these, the only way you can get these is in this amazing bundle. So if you love Anna Maria Horner, if you love bright fabrics, if you love designer, this is for you. It's very kind of folk art, isn't it? I feel like I'd want to, if I had a canal boat, I'd make all of my curtains in this. Or a gypsy caravan. Or like a shepherd's hut. Be lovely, wouldn't it? So you've got these all half metres and you've got 16 of them. Aren't they gorgeous? The intricacy of the designs and the brightness of the colours, it just brings a little bit of summer joy to your life. I don't need to put those across the bottom. I've got too many to fit on the screen. Now I'll move them a bit now. Right, that is all of them. So $99.99. You can buy these on split pay as well. So if you want to spread the cost, 2 equal payments of $49.99, that's interest free. Actually save a penny. Actually, 1p cheaper. Two $49.99s are $99.98. I wonder if they change that or not. Never asked that. Anyway, save over £25 to bag yourself 8 metres of Anna Maria Horner fabric. Right, moving on. Oh, look, these are lovely. I saw these earlier. Really want these because I haven't seen them before. These are all, are these in a bundle, Hannah? Right, these called All the Small Things by Lewis and Irene, and there's 10 fat quarters in here and there's £10 saving. Look, they are the sweetest things. So this one we've got little foxes and little, I think they're just foxes actually. Are they all foxes? So they're foxes, but they've got a bit of metallic on. Some of these are like silver. Hey, it's a silver fox. It's George Clooney. This one is like a lime background. Is this seals or walruses? Little baby seals. This is so sweet, isn't it? If you do EPP or fussy cutting, how perfect would these be? The metallic whales and narwhals as well. Whales and narwhals. Penguins, look at those. You see, can you see like the penguin's front bit is metallic? Baby penguins. This one is polar bears, and again these are in silver metallic. These are so sweet, aren't they? And because they're so little, if you were using them for patchwork or piecing, you'd always get a little bit of them. This one is more silver foxes but on a teal background. Then we've got polar bears on a blue background. We've got whales. Whales and narwhals. Again, all of them have a little bit of, it's like a white pearl metallic, so the white sections are a pearly colour. Pink penguins. And then we've got blue, like denim-y blue seals. Seals and walruses actually, because look, they've got tusks I'm sure walruses have tusks. There we go. So all of those for £29.90. Should be £39.90, but they are £29.90. Less than £3 for a fat quarter. So you are getting 10 fat quarters of all the baby animals, including the silver fox. Right. Then I've got a moder. These are lovely. So you know the jelly roll is 2.5 inches wide. These are 1.5 inches wide. So these are really useful. You could use them in log cabins. You could use them for binding. If you were doing a single file binding, you could use them in piecing. In fact, if you have a look, Kat's just having a look, see if we've got it open. If you have a look on the Moda website, there's quite a lot of patterns using these that shows you exactly what you can do with them. They're called honey buns. If you put into Google honey bun pattern. Okay, right, if you've never bought one of these before, we can't find it, so I'm going to open it up. Let's reduce it. £24.99. So in here, you are getting 40. I think it's 40. Sorry, 41.5 inches strips, but there's the colours. So we've got navies, blues. Look at the one with cherries. Love that one. Pale blues. You've got one with the duck egg background, lime greens, peachy colours. And you are saving £15. So they are brilliant for borders, bindings, piecing. But if you want some ideas of what to do them, £24.99. They're lovely. Nice for if you wanted to do bag handles. You could put two, they'd be 1 inch wide then, if you put two right sides together. So these rolls typically, oh, where's it gone? Oh, that was all. I was about to read the information. It's beautiful, lovely, lovely summery print. Keep on checking for that. If you've always wanted to have a go with one of these honey buns, this is a really good opportunity to do it whilst there is this discount, £24.99. Right. Right, so this fabric is now fabric by the ½ metre. So if you want more than a ½ metre, it will be cut to order. You can order more of it. So if there's any of the fabrics you think, I need 1 metre of that, I need 4 metres of that, when you come to checkout, put that number of units you want. So if you want 3 metres, put 6 units in your basket, it will be cut to order. And that applies to all the fabric that I'm going to be talking about now. So any fabric that says 0.5 metre at the end of the description means it's cut to order. Now this heart print comes in orange and pink, so I'm going to show you the orange one first. How lovely is that? Gorgeous. Squeeze hearts on orange. We're going to reduce that to £3.99. This is Figo fabric, beautiful quality fabric, 100% cotton. This is all quilting weight cotton. It's all 44 inches wide. This is Figo fabrics, beautiful. It's a really lovely quality fabric, this one. £3.99. Now we have the same fabric in pink. I'll put the pink one next to it so you can see what they look like together, because it's lovely to see the same print. The colours are very different, but the print is exactly the same. So that's what they look like together. If you prefer the pink one, let's match the price. £3.99. Very, very pretty. Again, remember, suitable for patchwork quilting, homewares, dressmaking. And at that price, £3.99, get them today while it's still on offer. Right, please do carry on checking out. Obviously, we've got a lot of fabrics in this house, so I'm trying to get through them, as many of them as I can, so you can see them. So even once we take the graphics off the screen, doesn't mean say we haven't sold out. Go onto the website, you'll see what we've got left and what we haven't. I'm just moving on quickly, otherwise we'll never get through them all. Let's do ice creams. This looks like opal fruits, other sweets are available, but the colours. So it's yellow, bright yellow, but with little ice creams printed on it. So this is squeezed ice cream cones on yellow fabric. Down to £3.99. We have the same fabric in orange. So if you're thinking of some zesty summer makes, that's the orange one. They're just really, they are very fruity colours. £3.99, that's ice cream cones on orange. £3.99 for half a metre. That's an amazing price, isn't it? And I wonder what this colour's called. So this is by Dana Willard for Figo Fabrics. This one is called Red, but it's a very orange red. You can see the difference. It's not your scarlet pillar box red, it's more of the orange, and I'd say more burnt orange, but don't they look lovely together? Right, so that's the red one. So if you like the print and you want that kind of summery, zesty vibe, this is ideal. That's the red one. Right, £3.99. £3.99. This one next. Okay, right, moving on. Love this one. I'll open it up. So this is your batik fabric. This is barley mottles in yellow. So this was £7.49, but we're reducing that today to £4.99. This is really good substitute for a plain fabric because it's batik as well. It's got more of a stiffness to it because of the finish, so it's really nice for sewing with, but it's really lovely to use instead of a plain fabric because there's lots of colour changes across it. So that's reduced to £4.99. It's kind of yellowies and pistachio greens. £4.99. Right, next one, butterflies. This has got metallic all over it. I don't know whether you can see that on the screen or not. So you've got all, the background is like ivory with tiny metallic green dots all over it. Then all of the butterflies are outlined in a gold metallic, and they're all lovely shades of red, white, blue, linen. £4.99. So if you love your butterflies, again, brilliant for fussy cutting because you could cut out each of the butterflies, couldn't you? Right, half of the stock of this straight into baskets. Straight in. I love that. And the shimmer, I don't know whether you can see that, but every bit of gold, so even the background is just dotted with metallic gold, so the whole thing will shimmer. £4.99. That's beautiful. I really like that one. That one's about to sell out, so if you've got it in your basket, you need to get checked out on that one. Let's do a lovely pretty green stripe. Moda, Sunday Stroll, Moda, beautiful. That's your green pinstripe. Imagine that in a suit. Beautiful quality. We have never reduced this before, so this is really good to use like for straps and handles, because remember, if you want the stripe to go lengthways parallel to the selvage, cut it this way, but equally cut it the other way. You've got the stripes going the other way. It's a nice accent fabric, so if you were making a bag and you wanted handles or a facing or a base, it's a really nice accent fabric to put with it. That's Moda, £4.99. Right, moving on. Red, white and blue. So I've got a lovely blue gingham. This is Moda Ladies Legacy. So beautiful. This is your real traditional blue quilt. The colour they had in blue quilts, that's really traditional. Yes, let's do something we never do for Moda. So, was £7.49, but we're going to give you a special bank holiday offer with that. £3.99. £3.99 for Moda fabric. That's a lovely, it's called crosshatch, but it's like a gingham print. Fab. Now we've also got another 2 fabrics from that one. Well, I have got another 2 fabrics from the Ladies Legacy. Over half of the stock of that one is gone. If you've checked out on this one, or if you've got in your basket, £3.99, I'm not surprised. We have got 2 more from this collection as well. So if you want a few of them, get this one checked out. Now, the next one, stripes. That's lovely, isn't it? Really traditional. And what I've seen quilts made from this Ladies Legacy, and it looks lovely when it's paired with florals. Let's match it, Hannah. It's bank holiday. £3.99. £3.99. So if you've got anything that uses Moda, or you want that traditional look, and 100% cotton, and it's lovely. It's really nice to line. If you line, particularly if you're lining in a Moda fabric, it's beautiful quality. So at that price, you can afford to. Because normally we save our Moda for only the tops of things, but £3.99. This is the second one that we've got at £3.99 for a Moda half metre. That's amazing. And we have another one as well. Please keep on checking out for them. We are extremely busy, particularly with these Moda fabrics. I'll put this one next to it because it's the stripe, but you've got it in the red. Where are we going to go this one to then, Hannah? God, let's have a guess. £3.99. Amazing. So this one you've got the red and grey stripe with a bit of cream in the background. So that's what they look like together. It's worth getting both of them, but the graphics in there, up there, are for this red one here. £3.99. Right, let's move on to butterflies. Oh, we've got butterfly. We've got a whole butterfly house here. I'm going to start on the top. Yellow. We've got all butterflies here. So this one is from Wyndham Fabrics. Whoa, look at that bright sunshine yellow. But then the butterflies are all in really pretty pastel colours. Peaches and oranges. Right, we're going to reduce that one to £4.99. Amazing price. So if you love butterflies, it's gorgeous. What is it, butterflies? Is it Lepidoptera? Something like that. I'm just interested to see what the what the subtitles say for that. Leopard. Is a leopard something? Is a butterfly fanatic or collector. So that's it in sunshine yellow. We have the same butterfly fabric but on a navy background. So let me just show you what they look like together. So that's the navy one. There we go. Very quick. That's going to be on and gone. So if you want that one, you need to get checked out on that one very quickly because there's only half a metre of that one left now. Oh, more butterflies. These are pretty. These are rows of butterflies. So we've got the navy background. Again, this is from Wyndham Fabrics. Same collection. So you've got that lovely soft navy background. Well done if you've already got this on pre-order. These are the little butterflies in little rows. So think about using these as borders. Or, you know, if you're making a strap for something, or if you just want to put a binding around the edge of something. But if you were making a bag strap, you could use the rows of butterflies. And remember, cut it either way as well. Do you know, and to be honest, even if you wanted to do binding with that, you could even cut on the diagonal, because if you think how the diagonal, it actually goes through the lines of the butterflies, so you could even do it on that line as well. £4.99. I'll hold it up. But even if you wanted to do wide borders, maybe on a quilt, Or wouldn't it look like lovely around the bottom of a dress if you put like a 5-inch hem around the bottom of a dress? I've done that before. If you join them together, you could even French seam it to the bottom of a dress or skirt so that it didn't fray. And if you put a nice wide border on, that looks really lovely. So in particular, if you've got a dress or skirt that's too short, because despite the fact I'm short, I quite often lengthen skirts because they're too short. I like my knees covered, and that's quite a good amount to cover it. And if you've got like a navy skirt, it looks really pretty. Pop the waistband in, the same thing. So you know, all sorts of homewares as well as dressmaking as well. Well done if you're getting any of these, because they are flying out, flying like butterflies. Right, here's another fabric from that collection. Same collection, Ariel. This one's lovely. So you've got a really lovely all over floral displays, an ivory background, and then we've got plum, a very warm corally red, lavender, and then little butterflies, and I like the little pops of ochre here and there. Only 4 meters of this one left, and we won't be getting it back. That is very fresh and pretty, that one. I love the colour palette with the burgundies, corals and lavenders. It's modern, but without being like too bright. Really pretty. I think it's just fresh. Right, now I've got the same fabric, so I'll put them together so you can see, but it's on like a tomato. It's on an orangey tomato. Yeah, tomato red, I'd say, because it's an orangey red background. Tomato soup it is, yes, tomato soup, that orangey red. Again, you've got the same flowery prints and then the butterflies as well. All over, aren't they lovely? And then these leaves are in a, like a chocolate brown. So that's your tomato soup colourway. Well, it's very different because the other week we had one that was cherry tomatoes, and that's very different to tomato soup. This is orangey tomato soup. And then more butterflies, but these are tiny butterflies. This one's Moda. So you've got a really lovely lime green background with little periwinkle blue flowers, and then you've got butterflies just outlined in green with little orange in the centre of their wings with their trails all across the fabric. So it's a really, really nice, pretty little detail. This is Moda Cottage Bleu in mustard. $4.99. It's called Butterfly Doodle because it's got the little tracks of the butterflies flying behind. Just $4.99. Amazing. They are little blue flowers. I don't know what they are. They're just blue circle. They could be hydrangeas. They're sort of circles and ovals with spots on. I think they're stylised flowers. Right. Oh, this is fab. Sorry, next one. Got a bit excited about the next one. Can I move on to the next one? I love this one because I love a novelty fabric. I have in my sewing room, I've sorted my fabric. It often gets very messy, but in theory, it's sorted in colour piles. So it starts orange and red. Then I have one big pile that's just called novelty fabric. And I have a novelty fabric selection, and this would be my novelty fabric. I have several books. They are famous books. So we've got Alice in Wonderland. That's definitely Batman. Sherlock Holmes. Watership Down, because that's a rabbit in a moon. I reckon that's Big Brother. That'll be Moby Dick, because it's a whale. I think it's Dracula rather than Batman. Oh yeah, that's not really a famous book, is it? Good point. What do you think the book is with the ferns on then? I reckon that's Sense and Sensibility or Pride and Prejudice, don't you? And then scattered amongst it are pencils, pencil sharpeners and tape. So this has got to be a book cover, isn't it? Or this is a bag that you put your book in. Maybe you're in a book club and you want to take your books in a special bag or a backpack for school. I spent the weekend making a mini backpack. Got a really nice pattern. For the lady at the service station. Yes. She was almost in tears this morning when I gave it to her. So I've got a backpack made from IKEA bags, and I go to the same service station to get a coffee every Monday morning. And everybody goes, oh, I love that backpack, it's so nice. So over the weekend I decided I'd make one, because I won't make one for anyone else because I'm the only one who's got one. And I gave it to her this morning. She was almost in tears, actually. She was. I know, so now we've got the same backpack. But she says to every week, I really like your IKEA backpack. So that's what you do when you've got a free Saturday. Anyway, wouldn't this make a lovely backpack? I really like it. Oh, the lining, you see, because I used an IKEA bag for the outside, and then I used just a print fabric, actually just geometric prints, but this would have been perfect. Also, think EPP with this one, because these are little. I still want to know what that book with the leaves on, does anyone know what it is? Because it must, you know, all the others are something. That's the only one I don't know. The History of Leaves. I reckon it's something cryptic. We haven't quite made it. Just gorgeous. Anyway, only £4.99. Simple Pleasures on ivory. Oh, this one. Can I do this one next? I love this one. Teacups. Now this has got to be a tea cosy, hasn't it? Or a pair of oven gloves for your kitchen. Or a book cover for recipes. I love that. Or a mug bag. Or anything. Or it's all in rows, isn't it? Wouldn't it make nice, like, if you think of these borders, I'd cut them in these widths. Remember, if you buy more than a ½ metre, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. This is only £4.99. And look, you've got cups with flowers and little daisies. Oh, it's so nice. This is definitely in my novelty fabric collection. It's one of those I never know what to do with. I just buy, and then there's always something like the lining of a backpack or a pencil case that I would make with them. But I love these, or a pocket. I think you should always use a fab lining. That's where your random fabric comes in. So that's the teacups. How about caravans? Do you go caravanning? This is for your special things for your caravan. Oh yes, someone messaged in saying the one with the ferns might be the secret garden. Good point. Yes, could be. This is caravans on apple green, like Granny Smith green. They call it olive. I'd say it's a very light olive. Olives come in many colours. If you've got a caravan, you've got to make something from this, haven't you? It's got to be your caravan cushions. Or anything that, you know, it'd be nice to make a little passport holder, wouldn't it? Or a ticket, or a special little folder to put you can make a little holiday bag. £4.99. Brilliant for your pictorial fabric collection. So we have it in olive. This is Riley Blake, by the way. Beautiful. I mean, this is designer fabric. It's gorgeous. Only £4.99. And we also have it in a pink background. So there's the, I'll put them together. There's the pink background. Please do check out, just because I've moved on doesn't mean say we've sold out of all of them. You need to keep checking. If you go back on the website and have a look and click on watch live, it'll tell you what we have got. So that is the caravans, but in pink. And they both go together really well. I would make a little skirt out of this. In fact, I've got an A-line skirt I made from caravan fabric, a big caravans on it. And it's really lovely in the summer. Just wear it with a little t-shirt. Pick out one of these colours. In fact, I'd wear it with the green t-shirt. That'd look really nice. Right, I've now got black. This one's this is when you want your black and white. Michael Miller, this is. Michael Miller, I love Michael. That was what my caravan fabric for my skirt was. Had people with barbecue forks and ladies on deck chairs. This is Michael Miller. Was zebra spots. It is, I don't think that looks. Because actually zebras don't have spots. They have stripes. Don't understand that. There's probably some humour in that I've missed. £4.99 for half a metre. Lowest ever price. So if you like the monochrome, you want some black and white, maybe you've got other fabrics you want to team that with. And remember, it is quilting weight cotton and it is Michael Miller. So £4.99 because that is designer fabrics. Beautiful. So if you want, you know, if you've got black and white, this is a great opportunity to make all your other fabrics work. So if you've got one or two fabrics that there's not enough of to make something with and you need a bit of extra, this black and white is a really good universal fabric. Right, now look at these. Ooh, these are nice. Super floral. Right, let's move. Should we start at the top? These are super floral, super bright. So this is Figo Fabrics again. Look at that. So the background of this is a lemon, a really pretty pale lemon. And look at these. It's very canal boat folk art, isn't it? Real gorgeous. We are going down to £4.29. £4.29 for half a metre of that one. £4.29. Should be £7.49. That's so pretty, isn't it? Now we've got... So you're saving £3.20 on every half metre of these. And this it's Figo fabric, so it's beautiful 100% cotton, but it's really nice. It has a really lovely soft touch feel to it. It's gorgeous, actually. It feels very Tim Holtz. I was working with some of that, and it has that really soft feel to it. 100% quilting weight cotton. So I've got a few in this collection. If you love this collection, it's worth getting a few of them. Now this one, same fabric, but this is really scarlet. This is your pillar box red background. Well, maybe cherry tomato red. With the same floral print, but they look actually, so that's the red one, but don't they look lovely together? Because the red in here is picked up in the background of here. So that's the red one. I'll put them in piles. Then we have the same fabric range, so it's a similar flower but in a smaller scale. This one has got a real bright, oh sorry, they've still got the red. There's the red one. And then this one is like a real lime green background. Now again, if you look at it, it's got the same flower, it's the same style flower that you're getting in here, but to a different scale. Slightly different flower, but you've got the same, because it's the same fabric collection, you've got the same idea about it. It all really goes together. They work really well together, the whole collection actually, because they're just bright. You know how you see fabric collections every now and then that are really quite dramatic and unusual. Right, so there's the lime one. That's the one that's on screen at the moment. But I wanted you to see how beautifully they go with the other two. It's just bright and summery, isn't it? I'm sure you've got loads of ideas of what you'd make with it. I would make a large wash bag. Just because it's pretty but bright, it's quite modern, but it's got that really, they've taken that real sort of chintz feel of the roses, but used that really modern vibe colour. Another fabric from this collection. Again, we've got the that really lovely tomato red background, but with more daisy flowers. I mean, it's the same style because it's from the same collection. It's that same sort of style where you've got colours upon colours. And then the lime, the code on this one is AIUI02. But the lime that's in the leaves for this is the same as the lime that's in the background for this one. So you can see how beautifully they all go together. I mean, wouldn't this, like, you know, when you start looking at them together like this, patchwork, just squares, quilt, beautiful together, aren't they? lovely for, you know, when you see those pictures of quilts and people have hung them over over walls and fences, and they're always these bright summery colours. Love that one. Hi Rebecca, I'm seeing a 50s style summer dress from Karen. Yes, Karen, you are right. I can see, yes, definitely a 50s style summer dress in that. And really stunning as well. Absolutely stunning. Right, green. Now, that's exactly the same as the red one, but it's green. Oh, like that. I'm trying to describe the green. It's like a light emerald, because it's got the depth and the brightness of emerald, but not quite as dark. That's lovely, isn't it? Right, I'm just moving sides. Okay. Sorry, I've just moved due to camera technicalities. Just a quick move. Whoa, look at this one. Same range. So you've got that same, the green is slightly different. It's a more of a yellowy green, but it still goes with it. And then you've got like these full-blown roses with little leaves and stems. Again, we are crashing that one down to $4.29. $4.29. Please do check out on these. If you've just joined me and you've seen, oh, I love those fabrics, are there any others in the range? Go onto sewingstreet.com and click on watch live. You will then see all of the other fabrics that are in that range as well. Get your summer stash ready. Why not? Because at these prices with our special bank holiday deals, should be $7.49 a half metre, but today we're doing it for $4.29. Do have a look to see what's still available, because a lot we have sold out, but there are odd ones where we've got a little bit left of. So if you want to get in your baskets, get checked out, because if it's in your basket and someone else comes along, then they'll just take it. So it's worth getting hold of now. I've got the same fabric but with a ivory background. Love that colourway, because the spiky leaves are all in a lovely tomato red, which again matches in with the tomato red of the other colours, and then the roses are in a spearmint and emerald and pink. Really pretty. So the two prints go together well, but I love that colourway. It's called True Kisses. And then the final fabric the final fabric that we have in this range, green has been very popular this morning. It's just fresh though, isn't it? I think maybe we're thinking about green. It feels like someone's coloured in my wood and been round it with a spray paint. It's all beech trees and they've all coloured in, so they've all got leaves, and they are this lovely, fresh, vibrant green, and it just makes you think of spring, new hope, and thank goodness the weather's getting better. Or not rain, although you do need the rain to produce this level of green, but we could do with a few drier days, couldn't we? That's gorgeous, isn't it? I love the background of it. It's really lovely. Really, really nice. Which one did you want me to do next? The honey bun. Right, I'm just going to recap the honey bun if you weren't with me at the beginning of the hour. So a honey bun is like a design roll strip. So you get a jelly roll strip, you get 40 of them, but they're 1.5 inches wide rather than 2.5. Now there's 40 of them. I'll show you in a minute. It should be $39.99. And we are saving £15, so it's £24.99. £24.99. So you are getting 40 1.5 inch strips. Use it for bindings, use it for borders, use it for making a log cabin. use it for handles, straps. Look at the colours. You've got navy blue, you've got light blue, there's fruits, there's florals, there's stripes, there's lime. Beautiful, it's sunny and pretty. There's loads of different designs as well. If you go onto the Moda website, you'll find lots of different designs, ideas of what you can do with a honey bun. It's a great name, isn't it? Lemon. It's the fact that they're specially pre-cut as well makes life a lot easier. I quite often bind with 1/4 of an inch. Unless you want a double fold binding, I'll use 1.5 inch strips for it. So they're perfect, they're redone. At £24.99. And also, if you want to have a go, if you think, well, I'd like to do that, I'd like to have a go with that, with this discount, it could be a whole new world. It'd be like, that's it, I'm going to do that. Because all the, you know, what happens when Moda bring out these new ideas, they send packs of them to all their favourite designers and then they create things with them. So look, you've got blues, limes, lemons, oranges, strawberries, colours and white, and then you've got all fruits and flowers over them. So that is so summery. £24.99 for that one. Wow. Right, I'm going to just do these strawberry prints because in the last hour we did one of them. We've got two here. I'm loving this strawberry. So this one, there's two colourways in here. The background is a really pale, you know when you get strawberry ice cream or strawberry smoothie, it's that colour. And then you've got strawberries dotted all over it. This fabric has never been reduced before. Moda Sunday Stroll in red was £7.99, now £5.99. Ideal for all of your picnic makes. It's got to be a lunch bag, hasn't it? Or lining for your picnic basket. Or even be nice for a tea cosy, to be honest, wouldn't it? It's just very kitcheny. And then we've also got the same fabric, but in blue. So I'll show you, aren't they lovely together? Gorgeous. And this is the blue one on its own. Again, we'll be reducing that one from £7.49 down to £5.99. So you've got this blue, it's almost like a slight spot crosshatch with the strawberries all over it. Now, there are loads of other fabrics I haven't managed to get to because there's so many of them. In the break, Hannah will be reducing the price of those. So do get ahead. You remember what, if you do get ahead and you buy things before we've reduced the price, don't worry, you will be charged at midnight, and at that point you will have your one postage package for the whole day applied, and also any discounts in prices there. So in the next hour I've got Katharine Wright coming on, and she is going to show us how to make this fantastic Wendy Orlando wall organiser. It's perfect for your sewing room. It's got lots of pockets in, so you can put all your pens and pencils and sewing equipment. It's really good in the office, in the bathroom. You can use it in the kitchen, all different places. We've got about 6 different kits. It's extremely affordable because it's a whole kit with instructions and a printed panel. And Katharine Wright's going to be showing us how to do it. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome to Sewing Street, or welcome back if you've been with me all morning. Now today we are launching the designer quilt block with Sewing Street. So if you've only just joined us, what's that about? Well, it's a competition that we launched last year, but we're doing again this year. We are asking you to design a block and that we will you can enter the competition. We will have 12 winners who will win £100 each, and all the blocks the 12 winners will be made into a quilt that will be shown at the Festival of Quilts. Now this is the panel that you will buy. It has 8 strips of coloured fabric in pinks and blues, as well as a square of white fabric, and you can make a block. All the information is on here. The block needs to be 12.5 inches finished, so that when we sew into the quilt it'll be 12 inches. All of that information is printed onto the panel. You need to get it sent to us by the 11th of July at the latest. You can use any technique you want, whether it's simple piecing, whether it's FPP, EPP, hand embroidery, applique, you can choose. You don't have to use all the fabrics on the panel, you can just use some of them. If you want to put your own fabrics in, that's fine, but can you keep them to a minimum, because we want all of our blocks to really go together and be very cohesive. So if you need a small amount of a different colour for something, if you're maybe doing pictorial work, that's fine, but in the main, if you can keep to these colours. We've had people saying, can we buy 2 panels to make 1 block, so I want to do it all in pink. Yes, that's fine, as long as the block is the finished size stated. So here's one that I made earlier, just a very simple log cabin. So when we chose the winners last year, some were experts, some were beginners. I feel like it should be that way up. Some were experts, some were beginners. It's not about skill level, it's about imagination, creativity. Some were about skill level, but we tried to pick 12 winners from across the spectrum of disciplines and abilities as well. Here's an FPP one I did. I only made 2. But just to give you an idea of what you could do with the blocks. Anyway, the £5.99, we will be talking about them for the rest of the week. There will be a point, I'm not sure when we will stop selling them, otherwise you won't get them back to us in time. But obviously, the sooner you get your panel, the sooner you can get started, and you've got a few days to have a think about it before it arrives. We won't be able to send back any of the finished blocks, but last year we gave the finished blocks that didn't win to people who wanted to make them into charity quilts. So they were all used. Anyway, good luck. Can't wait to see all your designs. It was a joy, a very difficult joy though, choosing a winner last year. Anyway, if you've got any questions, do message us in, but hopefully that covers everything. So we've got Katharine with us again. Hi, Katharine.
Hello.
So it's all about the wall hanging.
Yes.
Wall hanging.
Lovely, nice, quick make to get your sewing room all organised.
Or any room in your house.
Or any room, absolutely.
So the wall hanging has been designed by Wendy Orlando, and it's got pockets in. Now you can make the pockets to any width you want, so it fits your tools. So if you want to organise your sewing room but in a beautiful way, we've got several kits. This is one of them. So we've got them in various colourways. So it has all these pockets, and you can choose where you put the dividing line. So this one's obviously, you put pencils in this one. It's just a piece of dowel that goes across the top. Very simple to make, really good for a beginner. But you can organise, so you could put this in your bedroom and put your jewellery in it. You could have it in the bathroom with all your toiletries, have it in the kitchen maybe with some of your utensils or your herbs and your spices, put it in the tool shed. It could go in many, many different things. Really good in a children's room to put all their little bits. You could put cars in some of them. So that's what the wall hanging looks like. Now we have a choice of panels. So I'm going to start, we've got 2 brand new colourways today. This is one of them, the green one. This will look lovely in the garden shed with all your packets of seeds in it, and your trowels and your dibber dobber. So on the panel are all the pieces that you need to make it, and they are all labelled. All seam allowances are included, so it is a case of cut and sew. On the panel as well are these labels, so you can use those for sewing onto your pockets, so you can label them as well, so you know exactly where everything goes. Nice gift for somebody as well. Everyone needs a hanging organiser. So this is the green one, so it's beautiful prints and everything is easily labelled. In the kit as well, you get full instructions. Really comprehensive, very easy to understand. Full photo on the front. Then you've got lots and lots of photos of how to make them, including diagrams as well, and all the measurements. Now you will also need with this some wadding, which could be H640, so it could be an iron-on wadding, or it could just be one that you sew in. You need 16 by 22 inches, so a half a metre will be fine. and a little bit of bonder web for the labels. That's it really. Now we've used a piece of dowling across the top of ours, but you could just get a stick, bit of bamboo, you know those bamboo rods that you get from garden centres. Depends on what you're putting into it as to what you hang it on, and a little bit of string to hang it up, but nothing difficult to get hold of. So that's the green one. The other one we have is the blue one. These are the new ones today. Here is the blue one. So it's lovely blue floral prints. Now Katharine's going to be demonstrating with this and you'll be able to see it in more detail. Very fresh blue floral prints. And the pale section is the same print but white on white. I don't know how well it shows up. Oh, you can see it's white on white, can't you? And then you've got the pale blue. This is really pretty. So all the pieces you need there, they're all labelled, really, really easy to see. So that's just smoky blue colourway, and obviously the instructions come with every panel. Then we have the black, this is your sewing notions. So you can see, you'll see in a minute, the actual finished version of this is hanging up behind Katharine. This has been massively popular on pre-order. So the pockets are black and then you've got buttons and they've all got different sewing notions all over them. So obviously this is brilliant for your sewing room, isn't it? Then look at the size of the panel and look at the price, £19.99, and you are getting this massive panel. The panels are all 140 centimetres wide, really big. Yeah, I'll show you the finished version in a minute because that's behind Katharine, and obviously full instructions come with that. Then we have the notions in aqua, so the same print but just a different colourway. There we go, notions in aqua. So exactly the same, you've got all the different pincushion, scissors, tape measures, safety pins, bobbins, buttons, but in a lovely sort of aqua-y teal colourway. And then the we have then the panel that's for this grey one. So this is maybe this is office, do you think? Depends on what you're sewing. So this is very, but you know, if you've got an embroidery machine, you could personalise all this. You don't even use the labels, you could just do that. But this sort of more neutral grey colourway, lovely for an office, or, you know, depending on your decor, if you wanted to fit in. Or how about hanging by the front door? You could put your car keys in it, your wallet, your glasses, things that you need to remember. You could put your post in it. So if you want to post a letter tomorrow, you could just have one pocket that's called "Remember to take with me in the morning." I could do with a pocket that's called "Remember to take with me in the morning."
Me too.
I have to leave it out there and go, "Please look at me."
Mine might need to be a bit bigger.
Yeah, remember to take with me in the morning. So it could have all sorts in it. So, you know, depending on your decor, this neutral colourway could fit in really well. So that's the grey check one. And then very finally, the last one is same print, as in it's that really sort of graphic graph paper print almost, but in pink. Right, this is the pink graphic. This is the pink graphic. Hannah put in the wrong graphic. So this is the pink one. And we'll show the grey one in a minute because we had the pink one up for the grey one. So there's the pink one. So you've got all the pink things. And then the grey, for the grey one, which is this one, that's the graphic for the grey one. We had the wrong code. Hannah just wasn't concentrating. It's been a long morning, hasn't it? There we go. Right, that's all the colours. Oh yes, H640. So you will need half a metre. You need a metre for this one. Right, the piece is a metre, and you need 16 by 22 inches, which is half a metre. So you can make 2 wall hangings from this. This is H640, so it's a fusible wadding, which means you just press it on. You don't have to tack it on or anything. But this is enough to make 2. And if you've never used it before, it's lovely. It's lovely. It's lovely to press on. It's lovely to sew through. It just gives it that little bit of body. And then the other half you can use for another wall hanging or for a cushion. Right, that's all, everything you need. Right, just moving over. Moving over.
Again.
Morning again. So you've started making the green one, so that's really good. So we can actually see what it looks like.
You can see what it looks like when it's done.
Oh, that's really
I haven't
pretty.
added the tabs and the binding. That's the only bit I haven't done. But I was testing out how to do the pockets.
Oh, okay, but it's nice
Yeah.
to see how the colours work
But
together.
it does look really nice, doesn't it?
So what would you use yours for?
I'm a terribly disorganised person.
What
would
do you
I use
most
it for?
need
Do you know
organising?
what? If I did it for my girls, things like hair clips and stuff.
Yes, that'd be
They
really
have a
good.
lot of like little bits and bobs that they need little things for. So definitely be useful for that. Things like their makeup brushes and
Yeah,
that
it'd be
kind
really,
of
really
thing.
good for that.
Yeah. In the sewing room, yeah, like unpickers and
Well, it'd be quite nice if you've got a wall next to your sewing machine, because you could put all
Yes.
the bits that you need just for that, like your
Absolutely.
pin cushion, and you could, because I guess because you can change the pocket
That's
sizes.
true. I mean, Kat saw me trying to tidy out my sewing box earlier because everything's just thrown in. So something like this would probably be quite a good idea.
Yeah, just for those things to keep to hand.
Yeah.
So where do we start with it?
Okay, so
When you get the panels. So if someone's never used one of these panels before.
well, there aren't any instructions on this panel, but obviously you've got them all in your
Yes,
lovely
so if you've
thing.
never used one of the
So,
panels,
because
what do you do?
it's really helpful, and where's my bit that it always has what it is on it by it. So like this tells us it's the binding strips,
Right.
and the tabs and
So
the labels.
cut it all out.
So you can cut it out nice and carefully. Look, there's even spare coordinating fabric
Nice. For whatever.
for whatever.
So cut it all out and label it.
Yes. So I have started off by cutting out the main big piece. This is a big long piece, because this is really a really clever design.
Oh,
All the
okay.
pockets are folded up as one piece.
I
There's no like
see.
fiddly
Right.
pressing corners in or anything like that, which I think is good. It's great. And I've cut out my backing, and I've also roughly cut out my fleece
Okay.
to the same size as the backing.
So that's quite a big piece, but
It is
it's
a
all
big
going to
piece,
fold
but
somehow.
it's all going to fold up beautifully. So first thing you do, you're going to start at the bottom. Now, what I would say is in the instructions, Wendy suggests that you use your bond web and you put your labels on at the end and hand stitch them on.
Right.
But if you thought, oh, I don't really want to do that,
Mm.
you could plan it out, because these, the brighter colour is the top of your pocket.
Oh, okay. So if you want to machine
So
stitch
if you
them
wanted
on.
to machine stitch it on, you could decide, okay, this is how I'm going to do my pockets, and put your labels on first.
Right,
But
okay.
you're going to have to think about it and work it out a bit.
Yes.
Yes.
So, but if
To
you
do
decide
that.
I'm going to machine sew on, do that at this stage.
Absolutely.
Now, that makes sense.
So, but what we're going to do first, to make the first pocket, we're going to start with the widest section of the pattern, the blue, and we're going to fold it. So this is the wrong sides together. We're going to give it a press. So we turned on.
Yes.
This is when you actually need a bigger ironing board, isn't it?
Yes, but we do have the bigger. Here you go.
That'll be better.
Da, da, da.
Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to press that. And then we're going to top stitch across this edge here.
Okay.
So, hold on, my foot pedal's gone walkabout. So I would say when you're going to top stitch, you want to find a spot on your sewing machine. They're all different, where they have the little notches and grooves and things like that. But find the one on yours that suits you. And then that's the bit to line your fabric up with. So you always keep your top stitching nice and straight. People don't like top stitching because they think they're going to wobble. If you find something to line up
follow,
with,
or
then it's-
draw the line.
yeah, or draw it on, absolutely. Then it's a joy to do. I really like top stitching. Okay, so we've sewn that one. Then what's going to happen is it's going to fold up to, she says about 1 centimetre in the instructions, but I think you want this bit at the bottom to not be, you don't want it like coming up too high here, else you'll have a gap on this bottom edge.
But I guess in the instructions, all of these measurements are in there.
Absolutely.
So you just follow what Wendy says.
Absolutely. And you're just going to pin the edge in place.
Okay. It's clever actually because it looks like you've pieced them all.
I know.
Mm.
Right. So that's your first pocket. So we're going to do the same with each one. We're going to fold and press and top stitch and then fold it up and pin into place.
And I guess that's fairly simple because you're just following the line of the pattern rather than measuring.
Yeah, no measuring. It really is a fabulously clever, simple make.
So this is something a beginner could do, or you could do as a project with someone. So, you know, because I think this would be good for a child's room, a teenager's room. If you wanted to do some sewing with somebody, it'd be a nice project to do with them because then they'd get something from something very useful. And then fold it up.
Fold up.
So what would you do? Would you mark those measurements?
Me personally, I do it by eye because I always do everything by eye. But if you're the sort of person that likes to get things just right, I measure it.
But otherwise, just
yeah. I mean, you can see it folds up and it just kind of goes in place really quite nice and neatly.
And it doesn't have to be exactly the same. Although it has a backing fabric.
It has a backing, but the backing was quite a bit bigger.
Right.
You've got extra. Don't think, oh no, it's got to absolutely fit.
No, that makes sense.
You've got extra for the fact that you are sort of putting your pockets that divide it are really like quilting, aren't they?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So if you're not exactly 1 centimetre, it won't matter.
You should be okay, she said, hopefully. Yes. We'll see, won't we?
I mean, I guess if you were miles off, but you're not going to be loads off, otherwise you'd have inches of it, wouldn't you?
The thing is, it starts out so long and you can't think that it's going to be the right size, but that certainly was. And then you had spare that you trim off, which you'll see as we go.
And the pockets are all different depths as they move up as well.
Yes, which is nice. I think it's a lovely design, very clever.
Yeah, I bet it took ages to work this out.
Oh, it's pretty, the blue, isn't it?
Yeah, it is really pretty. I like that. So you could have it in the bathroom.
That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it?
Just all those little things that you just need to keep handy. You know, and they're kind of safe as well, aren't they? So if I had it by my sewing machine, I'd have my little snips and my magnetic pin box, my seam ripper, and then they're just always there to hand, aren't they? My bobbin box. Or it'd be good like by your desk because you could put things that you need to be dealing with, letters and things. Because I guess if you didn't divide the bottom one, you could put quite big letters in it.
Yeah, you could. Absolutely hold letters. I could do with one for everybody in my house to have. Stuff I'm supposed to be doing. Yeah. Stuff I need to remember that Mum is not going to remember for you.
Oh dear. That would be useful, wouldn't it? Post for other people, because they never open it.
Yeah, it's always just like there on the whole table.
I know. And then, once it's been there for 2 days, it becomes part of the furniture. No one notices it anymore because it's not new.
Yes.
And then they go, why didn't you tell me? Well,
you could look.
Could look, yes. It's an ongoing battle.
Hold on, just trying to get this right on the edge. That's it. Okay.
Yeah, it's coming together very quickly, isn't it?
It's coming together beautifully quickly. So we just managed to press a crease into it there. And now let's just press that out. We're entering exam season.
Oh, really?
Yes, I've got my son doing his GCSEs and my daughter doing her A levels.
Oh, I had that.
Yeah.
Many years, well,
Can
a few
you
years
see
ago.
me going grey?
Yeah. Yes. I knew it was going to happen as well when I had them. I thought, this is going to happen.
Well, I hadn't really thought about it, and I think if someone had said to me, I would have gone, "Oh, don't be silly." But
Yeah, no, I had that exactly the same.
I've got it again in another 2 years.
Oh,
as
it's
well.
horrible.
I know, very silly lady.
But you know, I've got one.
Bless him.
No, my youngest, he's doing his finals at university, but he's not living here at home, so I don't have to get involved in the stress of that, do I?
No.
Then when they're at home, it's stressful.
Yes.
It's stressful they're not doing any work.
I have to say mine are working really
Are
hard,
they?
yes.
Mine was all, do you think maybe you ought to be doing some work? No, I need to do this first.
I had to test my son on his German yesterday. He's got his German speaking.
Oh.
I don't speak German at all. I don't even know what any of it means. So I'm reading the question phonetically. He's going, "What does that mean?" So I'm like, "Well, have a quick look."
I had that with the
It's not the
Italian.
best way
I thought,
to
well, I don't know
revise.
whether you've said the right thing
Well,
or
yeah.
not.
And then he's talking. I'm going, "Well, that sounds really good. Yeah, just talk fluently. You'll be
That's
fine."
brilliant. Oh, it is. It's just.
Oh, it's so hard. He's got 23 exams.
That's ridiculous.
My son. 23 exams over 4 weeks.
God.
Yeah.
Oh, I hated exams.
Right. So look, I've made 5 beautiful pockets, just like that. We're going to just tack them down the sides now to hold them in place. So I'm going to just put my machine on a little bit of a bigger sewing stitch. We'll tack it down. I'm just deciding I'm going to start from the top down, and then I'm not going to catch the pockets up.
So half of the stock of this kit is in baskets. Well, quarters in baskets, quarters needs still waiting to be checked out. So if you want this, is that the blue and white one? That's the blue and white one, the version that Katharine is currently sewing, which is called Smoky Blue.
So I think this would look lovely in my bathroom, actually.
It would. Now, if you want the green, oh, can I hold this one? If you want the green one, this is Katharine. She hasn't quite finished, hasn't got the tabs on it, but just to give you the idea of the colours, this is the pea green. It is Petit Pois green.
I like your idea of seed packets.
Yeah, seed packets would be nice. I use a hanging organiser to take my sewing with me on holiday. Leslie in Glastonbury. Oh, Leslie, what a great place to live. I went to school in Glastonbury. Maybe we know each other. Did you go to my school? Very good idea, actually. That would be so useful for my caravan. Hang them up on the door for bits and pieces that take up room laying around. That's a really good idea. If you're going on holiday, well, particularly if you're going on holiday where you're in the caravan and take the car, how nice to have your organiser. Good idea. Another message. Hi everyone, I made one of these for my daughter to slot her Barbie dolls into. It keeps them off the floor, but she can still see them peeping out. Oh, that's so sweet.
A nice idea.
What a good idea.
Soft toys generally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all those bits and pieces that you just know that if it's in your organiser, it's safe. And that's the thing, isn't it? It's like I've got 4 screws that I need for something. You're like, well, I need to put that somewhere so they never move. I put them in an egg cup. And I know when I need them, I'll probably forget where the egg cup is. But if you had an organiser, it's those things that you keep safe, that you just know where they are.
I like that they're different sizes as well, the pockets.
Yes.
Because, you know, you're not going to do that thing where you put the little thing in and then you forget it's in there because it's too far down and that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Because there's always, whatever you're trying to store, there's always bits and pieces. Yeah, I mean, if it'd be good for your sort of wrapping paper thing, we could put sellotapes, cards, gift tags. Like, because I've got a cupboard that's got all of that stuff in. I could hang one of these on the back of the door. Then you'd know where, and you'd know when you run out of sellotape. Sellotape in the bottom. Oh, that'd be brilliant, especially at Christmas.
So you need about 82 of these then.
Yeah, I
by the
do
sound of
actually.
it.
Yeah, I do. I'm not very good at tidying up, but maybe this would help.
Right, so they're tacked in place, and now we'll see. We'll see
Right.
if I've got it the right size. So
So
I've
with
got
the
my
wadding,
backing and my fusible fleece like that, but actually I'm going to iron it on that way because I've cut it to that size. And then you can see, look, there's plenty.
so if you were
there's plenty.
half a centimetre out, it wouldn't actually matter.
No, it's nice and generous.
But I guess if you go by the measurements, then your pockets are in the right place. But
You should be.
if you get it out slightly, it will still fit your backing
Yeah,
fabric.
it's good because
Do you want the iron over there?
Yeah, I'm just going to. That's a good idea. I forgot what I was going to say. Gone out my
You
head.
are going to press it on.
I am going to press it on, yes. I was going to say something about the pockets, but I can't remember. It doesn't matter. I can't be very illuminating.
So you need 1/2 metre fusible fleece. We've got 1 metre here, so that means you can use one piece will make 2 hangings, or you can use one for a cushion. If you've never used it before, it's brilliant. It quilts really nicely and gives just the right amount of body, but without it being too stiff. And it's just useful because it's fusible. There's none of that, no tacking required. You just got to press it until it sticks.
Well, that's true. Although this is a very hot iron, it's sticking quite well. But it is only fusible on one side. So obviously you've got 2 sides to put to it. So you will have to just pin and tack it on the other side.
I'll have my ironing board back now. Thank you very much.
You can get a bit of your 505 out, can't you?
Yeah, I just pin it. Even when I do a whole quilt, I pin it.
Do you?
Yes, because I can't be bothered to tack. I used to
Do you
tack
tack?
it. No, I
But doesn't
pin
it wobble
gratuitously.
everywhere?
Not if you've pinned it mercilessly within an inch of its life. So I mark my quilt top first,
Yes.
and then I put it all on top, and then I pin it everywhere that's not right, so I don't have to take the pins out, you see.
Yeah.
Because I put them where I haven't marked it. I used to tack them, but I'm just far too lazy
Well,
to do
I've
that.
done everything, and now I've discovered Emma and her beautiful long arm quilting.
Right.
I've decided I'm not doing any more quilting.
Yeah.
I'll just send it all to her.
Yes, that problem is there's time element involved in that. Then I've not got enough time.
No.
I would rather have a long arm quilt, but if I do it myself, no, I just pin it. If you put loads and loads of pins in, the
Yes.
problem is
if your design goes around your pins.
No, I mark the quilt top
Oh, I
first.
see what you mean. Oh,
Then
yeah.
I put the pins in. The only problem is inevitably when it's quite a big quilt, the pins start falling out. So you've got pins everywhere.
Oh, do you not have those nice curved? Do you want those nice curved safety pins? They're
That take
good.
even longer. No, I just have pins.
You're like me, an impatient
I know,
quilter.
I used to tack it, but...
That takes forever.
And I just did one last week, and it was perfect. It was perfect. There weren't any wrinkles, which is amazing, isn't it?
It is.
I think it was luck.
No, expertise.
No,
Expertise, Rebecca.
I think it was because normally when I turn it over, there's a few little pleats on the back.
As my dad would say, skill and talent.
Skill, talent, luck and super pressing. So with this, because obviously the H640 is fusible on one side, you can pin it on the other side or tack, or you can spray baste it using a 505 spray.
So at this stage, you're going to decide how you want your pockets to go.
Is this where you measure everything you own?
Yes. Wendy does say to do that and to test what you want to put in so that you can put them up. Now this one I just literally did 3 lines down it so they're all the same.
This
but
one, let me just get the other one.
She's done different on the examples, which is nicer.
So on
really.
this one, we'll just put that one down.
Yeah.
You can see that on the bottom there are 3 pockets, a big one and 2 small. So this would be great for pens and pencils because they're like pencil.
Friction pen's going to go in there. You can have them all lined up by colour.
Yeah,
I love that.
fantastic. Smaller ones here, and then the one at the top she's done actually as a really long one, So I guess you could put some scissors or knitting needles and then a little one there. So entirely up to you. Decide what you're going to put it in. I mean, you might want this big one to be all open. The only problem with, I guess, you would need some kind of divider in it. It might.
That one might be a bit. If you
Sag
put
a bit.
anything too big and heavy, I think you'd probably want one somewhere in that one.
Yeah, because this one is this done. This one here. So both of these colourways available as kits. So this has got 3. And that's got equally spaced ones. That's 2. And then that's equally spaced. So entirely up to you, really.
Yes.
How you do it.
And she's on this one, which again it tells you to do. Done a little zigzag across the bottom of the pocket.
Oh, just to hold
just
it.
to really reinforce it.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, because otherwise it would might start forward. Okay. So decide your widths. I'll hang him back up. Hope he doesn't fall off. Oh, magic. Sorry, I'll move him out.
No, that's all right. So what I'm going to do is you get that all pinned in that. I'm not going to stitch all the different pockets in place because everyone's going to do that differently depending what you've decided it's for. But we'll move on to this one and I'll do the tabs and the
Okay. So
whatever.
when you do them, do you draw them on?
So I would draw them on with your ruler and your friction pen
Okay.
or tailor's chalk or however you like to mark things. I would give yourself a line. I mean that what my green one, I literally did a line all the way because I really sort of put that one together to work out that I was folding it right and stuff. But I think actually what Wendy's done on her samples where she's made them all different is really nice.
So just draw the line.
So, and you can take your time to measure it out and just make it how you want it. So I would draw on like that.
And then, oh, I see, because this is, so you just, and then you do a zigzag.
Yes, so a zigzag along the bottom. When you go across these, if you're not going all the way, I would reinforce it by going backwards and forwards just across where it joins.
Okay.
Just to make it really firm because then when you put things in, it's not going to pull away.
Okay. It is clever because it looks like the blue pockets are on top of the white fabric.
Know. It's really clever, isn't it? So on this one, yes, I did my pockets and I've done my zigzagging across the bottom.
Okay.
So, but mine I just did all equally. And then you trim it down.
Right, so you just cut it to the side. Okay.
Absolutely. Okay, then on your panel, where have we got? We've got our little tabs. There are 5 little tabs. Those ones I've already just folded. So you're going to cut like that. We have the little lining board again. So if you fold it into the centre, make a crease, and then you can fold the edges into that centre. Fold it in half again. So they're going to be nice and strong, and you're going to top stitch down both edges. Thank you. It's very wayward, this pedal today.
Got a little mind of its own.
It has.
So really it's quite simple so far, isn't it? It's a nice little day make, isn't it, or afternoon, where you can just take your time.
I've still got myself on a tacking stitch. How many times do you do that? You've
Constantly.
tacked something and then you
Always.
realise you've sewn the next bit and it's like...
And quite a lot. In fact, I did it yesterday.
Yeah.
Very annoying. And I try and think, well, do you know, every time I leave the machine, I'm going to just put it back. Never.
No.
All
I do it a lot when I dressmake because I'll tack in a sleeve and then I'll think, right, ready to sew it in. Oh, no.
I'd done something and turned it right sides out. I thought, well, I'll just have to live with it, won't it? Or no, I do it a lot with top stitching. So I've changed it to a top stitch length. And then not seaming. Very annoying.
I think this sewing machine needs a new needle.
Yeah. Well, when they start going a bit funny.
You can feel it.
It has a lot of sewing.
It does. So when you're putting these together, if you stitch the folded edge first, because that's going to hold that together then. But you want to stitch the other side just to make it nice and strong, and because if you only do the one side, can you see it bananas?
Yes,
And then
I'll press these for you.
Oh, thank you.
As
I
the
haven't done
pressing
the other side
person.
on that one.
Oh, hang on.
Can you do the other side?
No, I'm pressing already. Over-enthusiastic pressing assistant. Not required.
Would it be good if you had a pressing assistant?
Oh,
all the
wouldn't
time?
it be
Wouldn't that
brilliant?
excellent?
Yes.
Just think how fast everything will get done.
It'd be amazing, wouldn't it? And you'd never need to get up. You could just sit on your sewing machine, go right, press that, turn that.
I managed to set myself up the other day. I haven't really got a separate sewing room at home. I quite often just lift things through onto the dining table, and I managed to set it up so I've got the sewing machine here, and then in the corner I was putting a quilt together, so I need to do lots of pressing. And then here I managed to like squeeze the ironing board, and I could literally turn in my seat and iron.
Fantastic. That was brilliant.
It was really good.
That's like the aim, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, you get a lot of those corner sewing stations where you have your sewing machine and the ironing board.
It's having, you want it to be enough space though, don't you?
Yeah, you do, actually, yeah.
Because I mean, I have a, I don't know about you, I have a full-size ironing board up at home.
Yes, all the time.
Yes.
But I have 2 ironing boards. One for ironing and one for sewing. Well, one for general ironing.
Yes.
That lives
Well,
somewhere
actually, we
else.
probably should. We have 2 irons.
I have 2
one
irons
for
and 2
sewing.
ironing boards. Just because.
Oh, but that means the one that's got interfacing stuck to it isn't the one that you iron your clothes
Or
on.
the one that I've kept things on so that they don't move.
Yes.
My current project, I can't. And then, because if then someone comes along, they want to iron a shirt, they take all the stuff off my ironing board.
And it might be all laid out, waiting
I
to,
know.
like your applique,
Which
waiting
is
to be pressed on.
Why I have 2 ironing boards and 2 irons.
We just need bigger houses
Yeah.
altogether, don't we?
Exactly. I know, and then, I mean, I have a separate sewing room, it used to be our dining room. And then the other day I was sewing in the kitchen, they were like, why have you now got 2 rooms? I went, well, the table's bigger in here. I could quite happily be an ironing assistant. Now this blue one is very popular. If you want the blue one, you're going to need to get checked out. The one that Katharine is currently sewing is the blue one, called Smoky Blue.
Or even the green one.
Oh gosh, you are as well. The one that
Oh, well,
Katharine
started on the blue one.
is currently
I'm doing
stitching.
2 at once, basically, aren't I?
Green. So pea green is the one that Katharine is currently sewing. Yes, don't worry. And Smoky Blue, which is the one that Katharine was currently sewing it, previously currently sewing, is the Smoky Blue one.
Right,
There
so
we go.
we've got all our lovely little tabs beautifully pressed, may I say.
Beautifully pressed. I could be a pressing assistant.
Actually, when I do sewing with Helen and my daughter, quite often I'm her ironing assistant. And
That's quite nice, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is. So I'll
No
pin and
responsibility.
press things and she'll sew them. And that works very well.
So I presume in the instructions it tells you where to space these?
Yes. Evenly. I'm going to put this one on the end. That might not be exactly even.
It's quite nice having the little fabric
But I know
tabs
that's
across
the
the top
middle.
though, because you know, it all matches nicely, doesn't it?
It
And then you
does.
just put the stick through.
You could get creative. You could have a bit of branch from the garden
Yeah,
and
you could,
decorate
couldn't you?
it.
Yeah, that's true. Or a broom handle, or a bamboo cane thing, or handle of a feather duster. Being imaginative now.
Okay. And we're going to tack those in place.
This is where the fabric clips come in very handy.
Yes.
You can pin them, but it's a lot.
When it started
of
to
layers.
get thicker like this,
Yeah.
it's just easier, isn't it?
I detest ironing, but somehow have an ironing board, multi-mat, sleeve board and 2 irons.
Yeah, but
well,
ironing your sewing's not like ironing your clothes.
absolutely hate it. I really hate it. I have to admit, my husband does the ironing, and only because I always used to do it. But he always feels really guilty if he just watches the rugby. So he reckons if he watches the rugby and does the ironing, he doesn't feel guilty. I've said I don't really care, but anyway. But he's away at the moment for 3 weeks, so I actually had to do some proper ironing yesterday.
No.
Oh, I just wanted to cry. I did all of it as fast as I could. It was probably rubbish, because I used to do all the ironing, and it's in the last few years he's decided that he's going to take it over. And I do wonder whether, because he doesn't think I'm very good at it, because he's quite insistent.
I don't iron my husband's clothes because I don't do it very well, apparently.
Well, I'm wondering
I've never
whether
done his shirt.
he's taken it over, because it is odd, because he's watched the rugby forever.
I wouldn't complain though.
I don't. No. I don't even question.
No.
In case that is the reason, I don't really care. But anyway, because he's away, I've had to do the ironing. But, you know, when it comes to ironing, sewing, I love ironing.
It's totally different, isn't it?
Completely
and
love
there's an end to it.
Yes.
It's not like your clothes which are going to come round in the basket
Oh,
again.
I know. It's a bit like when you put a duvet cover on, you think, I'm just going to have to take this off again.
Yeah, I try not to do that very often.
I don't like doing that either, no. I know, it's been a little bit of a shock. I have to do all these things now.
All these jobs.
Oh.
Oh no, housework. Ah.
No, I still haven't done any of that. There's just me and my middle son at home, and we're both as bad as each other. I said at some point we're going to have a tidy up.
I tidy a
When
lot.
he comes home, we've got 3.5 weeks.
But I don't necessarily do very much cleaning. Slovenly.
Yeah.
If I'd lived in the 1950s, I'd have been called a slovenly housewife.
Yes, I'm slovenly. I saw this great thing that said, I'd rather lie on the sofa than sweep under, and I thought, yep,
Yeah.
that's definitely me. Good morning. If you were to use this in the car, what style of hanging would you suggest have it behind the driver passenger seat? Well, I guess you might...
A thing with I think you could do like Velcro, couldn't you?
Well, I don't know, what do these cars... Yeah, I guess you could.
Because I'm thinking maybe don't put the tabs on, but you could have 2 like straps that come and fasten behind.
Yeah, or you
with
could just
Velcro
tie
around the
string
thing.
and put it around the headrest,
Yeah, or
couldn't
ribbon.
you?
Yeah, on each side.
I don't know what do they normally attach with. How does a car head? Do they just loop round?
Oh, you could just make a little loop then.
Oh yes, you take the headrest off. Yeah, so you could just loop it around the headrest. Actually, I don't know what wall hangings look like.
I've never
Well,
had,
on
I've
a
never had
car
one in my
organiser,
car.
but it's a very good
My car's
idea.
dirtier than my house.
Yeah. But I spend a lot of time on my sewing, I know. But you have to sort of be on a mission, go, right, today I am going to clean.
Yeah.
My ironing pile sits there so long I have to dust it before I actually iron it. But pressing my sewing isn't a problem, Karen.
That's brilliant.
Oh, Karen, that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. I love that. Oh, I hate it. But I did it so fast. It was great. But
Yes.
no one else cares. It was only me and Sebastian.
There's
so-
no point.
I know, just tedious.
It's like the
isn't it?
children's school shirts. I've seen how they're scrunched
Yeah.
up in their sports bags. You know? There's no point spending hours on
But I
them.
remember there was a stage where all 3 of mine wore shirts to school, and my husband. So that was 20 shirts a week. No, he wasn't at school.
And is that when
He
he
was in
wasn't
the office.
helping?
And that was when he wasn't doing the ironing. I reckon all those years of me ironing shirts, at some point he realised he didn't like it. Why did he suddenly start ironing? I've still never... Maybe
I don't know.
Never really understood that. I'm not asking.
Perhaps
So 20. I just wanted to... It was just awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah. My mum used to do a lot of ironing of that stuff. But it's good because she always used to put the records
At
on.
the moment, I have my dining room for sewing and a craft room set up for paper crafting. I also cross-stitch in bed with a daylight magnifier.
Excellent.
June, that's brilliant. I think you have almost commandeered the whole house.
What about the bathroom?
Yeah.
What craft could
Well,
you do in the bathroom?
Sure you could. You see, I've got a bigger kitchen table, so if I'm laying out a quilt, I need it for that. But also if I'm quilting, I need the big table
Yes.
to lay the quilt on. That is brilliant. No, well, I have my crochet bags in the lounge.
Yes.
Quilting in the kitchen, my sewing room for all the rest of my sewing, and then there's just bits of thread trailing between them all.
Oh, well, I've got a whole craft centre.
Yeah.
I've still filled my house up.
The perfectly kept house is a sign of a wasted life, in my opinion. Jane, you're right. There's better things to do, isn't it?
Oh, yes, like sewing.
Like sewing. It's like planning stems creativity. So never plan ahead, because... or lists. I don't write lists either. That stems creativity.
Oh, I do have to write a list.
No, I just get on with it. I just do what I fancy. So I did speak to my husband the other day. He goes, "What are you doing this weekend?" I said, "Whatever I fancy." He said, "You've got no plans?" I went, No, I'm just going to do whatever I fancy.
Oh, so I would find that a bit stressful. I like to know what I'm doing.
No, I just did whatever I fancied at that moment in time.
That's nice.
Oh, it's just pleasure. Just pleasure. Right, anyway,
Okay.
I'm supposed to make it a wall hanging.
Yes.
But,
So all that's left when you've got to this point is to put your binding on. You're going to bind it like you bind a quilt.
Right.
So you've got 3 strips on your panel
And they're all
that
joined.
you cut out and join
Okay.
together. And then you should hopefully, let me have a very quick read. Does she do it in half? Press join seems open. Yes. So she does like a double binding. like
Okay.
this. So it's going to press like that, stitch on, and then it's going to go over to that
And round,
side.
okay.
So if I press a little bit, and I can just show you how you fold. Are you going to
Yeah,
press for
I
me?
am.
Pressing
Because
assistant?
I'm really good at ironing.
Thank you.
I did some yesterday. I'm in practice now. Yeah, you see, things like this is a pleasure to iron.
Yes,
but if
well,
this was a shirt, I tell you what, I feel sorry for, like my grandma. You know, used to have to starch collars and
They
everything.
did everything.
And she had a flat iron on a stove. She didn't even have an electric one. I mean, she did when years later, obviously.
Yes.
But I know my mum says she remembers her having one of them.
It wasn't like they had washing machines and tumble
No.
dryers. I mean, wash day was a whole day.
I
wasn't
think
it?
that, I know, you know, when I moan about opening the washing machine door and then taking it out of the washing machine and putting it in the tumble dryer next door, and I think when she had to starch collars and...
Yeah, we haven't got much to make.
You know.
Really.
But all the same.
Life's a
How
lot
much of this
easier.
did you want ironing?
I just want a bit so I can show how
okay.
to do
Well, there you
how
go.
to fold up your
Your thingy.
corners.
There we go. Oh, that's really hot now.
I managed to. My husband's iron he has a lot of steam in it. He likes a lot of steam in his shirt. So I was ironing a bottom of a skirt. And I had it really close to the edge of the ironing board, and it literally burnt my stomach. There was so much steam came out of it.
Ooh.
I know. Okay.
My
so-
granddaughter is with me 2 days a week. She's crawling and goes home each evening covered in a bit of thread. Kathy, that must be awful with pins then, Kathy, because I have pins everywhere. And I go round on my hands and knees with my magnetic pin cushion at the end of the day. So I don't know how the dog doesn't get pins in its paws.
My dog, if it finds a pin, likes to chew them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
No, she's never done that. Oh, Kathy, well done. But then you see, at least it shows, you see, that you were sewing house with all that thread. I often find thread on the floor of the toilet because it must have just fallen off.
It's just in your knickers.
But
isn't
that
it?
must be hard with the baby crawling.
Right, so you're going to put your raw edges of your binding to the raw edge. So with your binding inwards. When you get to corner, so you would stitch up to here, stop 1/4 inch away, and then you're going to fold up at a right angle like that, and then down on top of itself. I'm going to put a pin in just to hold it so you can see. And then you start sewing here again and go along. So you go around all 4 sides like that. There's great little diagrams in the instructions to help you do that as well if you've never done it before.
Brilliant. And then you just turn it over to the other side, sew it in place.
Absolutely.
Jobs. Oh, what about labels?
So if you want to do the labels,
There's loads.
there are absolutely tons of labels. You could save them and use them for something else, couldn't
You
you?
could.
If you iron your Bonder web, I haven't got any Bonder web, but you iron your Bonder web strip onto the whole bit. Don't think, oh, I'll cut out these labels separately and then iron them on, because that way madness lies.
Yes, that
If you
is
do it
right. I'm just going to
separately.
go get the
So
Bonder
put
web.
your Bonder web across the back, Then you can cut your labels out and you can stick them on where you want to, and Wendy advises you then hand stitch them on.
Okay, or if you're
Just
really
in place.
organised, sew them before.
But you could have done it
What do you do? Right, I suppose you just write what you
Yeah, so
fancy.
you can
on.
just write what you like in there.
I guess, you see, what I would do is I'd write them in a erasable pen as well,
Now that's a good idea.
because I might change my mind.
You might.
No, I'd probably do that after I'd done them in permanent and think, I wish I'd done them in erasable. We have Bondweb. For this project, a small packet will suffice for this project. $2.99. But very excitingly, we have a big back in stock. This is the one we have. Except I have, but I've discovered there's an even bigger one.
There is. I have the even bigger
I
one.
want the even bigger one now. I'm just getting greedy. $23.99, but it is great to have. I thought this was the best thing, but there's an even bigger one. 5 metres, this one by 30 centimetres. So if you use a lot of Bondweb, if you're a bit of a Bondwebber, like I am, this is brilliant. Although we do have an even bigger one. I want that one. $23.99. Anyway, that one is back in stock. It's been out for a while, just so you know. So if you do want Bondweb, the little packet will suffice. But if you're a Bondwebber, then obviously it's more affordable to buy it that way. Right, that's brilliant, Katharine. Thank you so much.
That's okay.
And when will you be back with us?
Somewhere around the end of the month. I can't remember exactly.
So we'll see you somewhere around the end of the month then. Lovely. Well, the other half of your bank holiday.
I will. I shall have a lovely time. Yes, we're all at home, so we should go.
You?
Yes, everyone's at home today, so that's nice. There could be film watching and snacks.
I think that's a very, very good idea. A bit of film watching. Brilliant. Well, I will see you soon. I'm going to go back to my other desk.
Okay.
So let's just recap the kit. So the smoky blue that Katharine demonstrated first. Obviously in all of these kits you get full instructions and you get a fabric panel. This is the smoky blue one. See how the size of it? So big, 'cause it's got to fit all that wall hanging that folds up and all the hundreds of labels and the backing and everything. That's the smoky blue one. If you want pea green, which is the other one that Katharine was demonstrating, the one she put the tabs on. Full instructions, very comprehensive. And then this is the spring green panel. Pea green, sorry. Pea green. I think spring green does sound nicer than pea green. Well, I guess it is the colour of peas, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes you think of that really thick soup.
Yes. It's not mushy pea green. That's sort of darker.
Well, that just depends how much colouring they've put in.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. The black one, which is the Organiser that was hanging up behind Katharine, that's got all the black sewing notions on. Again, obviously full instructions and all of these. And this is the panel. There we go. Now, carry on going through and checking out. There are single figures on this black one. Don't forget the Bondweb. The Bondweb, the large roll, is back in stock, and we haven't had that for a while. So if you want the Bondweb, it's really worth buying because it is really annoying to run out of Bondweb. 5 metres on that one. So if you use it a lot, it's ideal for this, obviously, but other makes as well. So we have got, thank you for joining me up till this point. Don't go anywhere because we've had Bank Holiday Special Deal Day, but we can't let Yarn Lane miss out. So we've put together yarn kits, books, tools, all sorts with some very special prices and deals. So don't go anywhere. The next hour is all about your knitting and crochet.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Oh, I haven't got the panel. Sorry, I just realised I haven't got the panel. Welcome back to Yarn Lane. Now, although it's Yarn Lane, that's why I said, oh, I haven't got the panel. Well, I'm just going to do, we have launched this morning on Sewing Street the Design a Quilt Block competition. So if any of you just tuned in at 12, don't want you to miss out. So this is a competition that we're running for you to design a quilt block. Now, the panel, here it is. Has 8 strips in colours shades of pink and blue with a white square as well, and we're asking you to design a quilt block that measures 12.5 inches square. It'll be 12-inch one finished, but we need it 12.5 inches. All the information and the rules are on here. The closing date is the 11th of July, and you can make whatever you want. You could do piecing, you can do applique, you could do embroidery, EPP, FPP. If you want to put a little bit of your own fabric in it, that's fine, but not too much, because we want it we want it all to blend together. And I know we're on Yarn Lane, but I know there's a lot of sewers who are on Yarn Lane, and I just wanted to mention about the panel in case you've only just tuned in. So here's the block, and then what we'll do at the end on the 11th of July is we will judge them. There will be 12 winners, and those 12 winners will each win £100 to go onto their Sewing Street Yarn Lane account, and we will put those together into a quilt that will be exhibited at the Festival of Quilts, so you can come along and see your quilt. All the other quilt blocks we won't be able to return, but last year we gave them all to some of our viewers, and they made them into quilts for charity. So to just give you an idea, at the weekend I made a really simple log cabin block from one panel, and then I made an FPP from another panel. So, but you can do whatever you like. Now, I was part of the judging last year. It is not just based on skill level and ability. It's based on creativity, originality, design. You don't have to use original designs. You can use a design from a book or a pattern if you want. We're not selling them. It's just showing it, so that's fine. Anyway, that's the Designer Quilt Block competition. Right, so because it's bank holiday, we've got special bank holiday deals. Now, let's start with the rowing book. I love this book. I remember when we first had this on there. Now, the reason I love this book is because it's all homeware items, and it's designed by Erica Knight, who is a fantastic designer. So let's have a quick look inside. Now, what price have we got that at? £12.20. And in there, there's loads. I mean, it is gorgeous. We have got, where's the contents? Probably on a bit further in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and there's 2 plant pots, so it's 11. So say 10 projects, what, £1.22 a project, and we're going to reduce it even further. Whoa. £10.99. Now the projects in here are all home things. So you've got a throw, a blanket, a sweater, a lampshade, a rug, a wall hanging, 2 cushions, 2 pots, a bag, and a cardigan. Now obviously in the book they're just over £1 a pattern. In the book they're obviously all using Rowan yarn, but you can use whatever you like. The bag is one of my favourite things, love that. It tells you what yarn, but it tells you the weight. So if you've got oddments of yarn at home and you want to use that instead, you can. I mean, I think that, look at the bag, isn't that gorgeous? So you can use whatever you like really. I mean, I know it does. So let me show you the projects that are in the book. You've got that gorgeous throw. Remember, it's £1.09 per pattern. Now look at this patchwork blanket. Have you got lots of oddments of yarn? if you have, I mean, obviously this is Aran weight, but if you did it all in double knit, don't mix your weights, but if you did it all in double knit, be absolutely fine. And the way that she's done that, it's a really handcrafted feel. So they are knitted together, but you can see the colour change, so it looks lovely. Love that, but you could use your oddments. I mean, I love that jumper. Gorgeous. And then you've got a really lovely cardigan. That's a wearing around the house cardigan, isn't it? This, I love the bag. So it's even lined as well, but use the pattern. I mean, you know, obviously if you use the Rowan Creative Linen Felted Tweed Aran, it is beautiful. But with patterns, well, we all know we don't have to use the yarn that's listed. £1.09 is worth it. Look at the lampshade, that's cool, isn't it? A rug, I always wanted to make the rug. How's he knitting a rug? Again, have a look at the weight of the yarn. These are two of my favourite things, though. Look at the plant pot with bobbles. I mean, lovely gifting ideas. If you want to buy somebody a plant for a present, knit them a plant pot cover. Or, you know, the ones that you've already got in the house, or maybe you've got plastic plant pots. Just pop one of these on it, and they are gorgeous, aren't they? And again, as long as you match the weight of the yarn, you'll be absolutely fine. But lovely for a gift. I would love a knitted one. Two beautiful cushions. So I know it isn't 10 projects, because when they say cushions, that's counted as one. There's way more than that. Love that one. That's done in a really clever way, where it looks woven, but it isn't. It's just the way that the stitches change. Wall hanging. Right, third of the stock's gone. And then there's all the patterns. So it tells you exactly what you need, what weight yarn you need, so you can easily use it. You know, you've got a graph for the blanket. They're really, really lovely patterns. And I think a lot of us do knitting, we'll do clothes and garments, but isn't it nice to have some homewares? Do love the knitted bag. But the plant pot's one of my favourite things. Are the items in the Rowan book all knitted or some crochet from Eileen? They're all knitted, Eileen, all of them. By Erica Knight, who's designed for them. Right, that's one. Now I'm going to go on to this one. Gorgeous Kaffe book. Yeah, so these are knitted again, all knitting. They are knitted using Rowan yarn, but as always, you don't have to use the Rowan yarn. These, oh, gorgeous. So the RRP on this book is, well, there must be. It might be under this sticker though. I think it's £19.99. I can't be absolutely certain on that. You have to have a look. Why is it not on there? Weird. Wow, this is £9.12. £8.99. Because this is the very last of stock, and we won't be getting these back in. £8.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 projects. And look at them. Aren't they absolutely gorgeous? Now, obviously, they are knitted in Rowan yarn, and they are designed by Kaffe Fassett, who is, you know, knitwear is where he started. Fabric is just a mere modern fancy. Knitwear is where he started with his designing. It's absolutely gorgeous. But if you haven't got Rowan yarn, as long as you match the weight, it will be fine. Look at that. I mean, I love that cardigan. We're on single figures of this book now, £8.99. Beautiful scarf. I love that throw. You could even use that on a bed as well. Nice scarf. Lady of the Lake jumper. So if you want bring a bit of Kaffe into your life, this checkerboard throw, she's wearing it, but I've also seen, there's a picture in the book of it, oh here, look, on the end of a bed as well. Isn't that gorgeous? Right, fewer than 5 left, and so that's all the designs. So there's 7 in there for £8.99. Next one. Again, this is Kaffe. This is Rowan. This is using his felted tweed yarn. This is being reduced as well to £8.99. Zigzag scarf. Again, is it all? I think it's all Aran yarn. Let me just check that. I think it is, but it's either double knit or Aran. Can't remember. I'd have to check that. But it is either double knit or Aran. So you've got the scarf. Look at that cushion. Isn't that gorgeous? Love the jacket. It's like having a little bit of your own cave to wear suit. All right, so they're all felted suits. It's all double knit, this. So if you love the scarf or the cushion and you've got yarn around, I mean, obviously if you use Cave's felted tweed, he's the one that created it, you will get the same effect, but you don't have to. I love that blanket with all the little squares on. That's cool, isn't it, the cape? Nice jumper. There's so much in here, isn't there? Another jumper. $8.99. And you know, I'd pay $8.99 just for that cushion pattern. These are gorgeous, aren't they? And they're really nice to work. The patterns work really well, and they're quite interesting to knit as well. So when you think about if you knitted the scarf, you've got a lot of changes, so it's quite interesting to knit. $8.99. Keep on checking out for that one. I've got a couple of the Rowan felted yarns here that we've got, the felted tweeds, I mean. So look at this one. Now, when you look at them, because they're tweed, although this is scarlet, look how it's got the flecks of colour like a tweed would have in it. We're reducing that one to $4.99, so that's 50 grams of double knit. It is beautiful, isn't it? And it's it has been designed by Cave, well, the colour has been, and it's a felted effect yarn made with merino wool and alpaca. It's beautifully soft, but the flecked colours are lovely. We've got loads of you've got this in their baskets. Please do check out. It's $4.99 for a ball. So that's the double knit. We've got one ball of the felted tweed in Aran, because the felted tweed comes in Aran and double knit, but this is the Aran one. And this is 50% wool, 25% alpaca and 25% viscose. Do you want the code? DSD 289. There we go. So this is the Aran weight. We've only got two different colours. We used to have lots, but these are just the ones that we've got left, so that's why we're reducing the price on them. This is granite, so this is a lovely, well, it is a lovely grey shade, but if you look very closely, it's got a little flecks of white, blue and mustard, just like a tweed would have in it. $4.99 is an amazing price for Rowan felted tweed Aran. If you have a shop around, well, this is our special offer day anyway. So that's those yarns. Oh, let's do crochet makes. This is a great book. So this is all crochet, because we've done knitting. Let's move on to a little bit of crochet. Great book, this, designed by Emma Osmond. There are 25 projects in this book, and they are all beautiful. So we'll just go through it. It covers the basics of crochet. So, you know, it's actually quite cool. When you look into quite a lot of these designer shops, they often have crochet toys in the windows. It's the thing. I mean, I love the idea of making a rattle, a crocheted rattle. $7.99. Comfort blanket. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, yeah. So the RRP for this one is $14.99. Oh, $14.99. And we're at $7.99. There we go. So there's the RRP, $14.99, we're $7.99. I love that. Look, it's like a little polar bear's head in a granny square blanket. What a lovely thing. You know, when you've got to buy a gift for a new baby, crochet them. Oh, cot toys. You've got mobiles, toys, and then lots of toys. So you've got the teddy. The instructions are really good and really easy to understand. We've got a bunny, an octopus. I like him. Oh, love the giraffe. Look at his spots. And then we've got the elephant with the bow. Unicorn, a very colourful unicorn. All of this for $7.99. That's a good idea, isn't it, for really young babies, a sensory toy. So the crocheted centre, then you can just put all your ribbons around the edge. Bean bags. They are very cool toys, aren't they? Look at the stacking rings. I would love to have made that. Over half of the stock has gone, so you need to get this checked out. I mean, that's just the best gift, isn't it? Look at that, neutral coloured stacking cubes. You could even, if you wanted to afterwards, you could embroider the numbers on or the letters, but they're just so lovely for children to play with. It tells you what yarn, so this is made from a DK cotton. This one's made number 3, oh, I can't remember what number 3, I think it's DK. Look at that, isn't that lovely? A colour game, what a nice thing. So you can make the basket and then all the balls. We're on single figures of this. Love that. Number discs. Finger puppets. I mean, these are great, you know, particularly if you want to make to sell. People would love these, wouldn't they? I love all the finger puppets. Love the super soft ball, that's gorgeous. Anyway, very, very... We've got loads of you've got that one in baskets. Let's do some kits. So we'll start with this one. Right, so this is a Stylecraft kit. This, I'm just trying to see, 2 balls, I just want to make sure. This goes up to 12 months. So this will make the cardigan with the collar or the cardigan with the hood from 0 to 12 months. The pattern goes up to 24 months, so we've put 2 balls in this, which goes up to 12 months, but the pattern goes up to 24 months. So you can either make, isn't it lovely? It's a little picture of the back of it, but that one has got a hood. Now the yarn that's in here is gorgeous. It's 100% acrylic, but it's premium acrylic. It's really soft. £10.99 for the kit. It's really, really soft. It's really washable as well, and it's a beautiful shade of blue. But isn't that lovely? I think I'd make the little hooded one. So you can make that. I mean, the pattern comes in sizes newborn, 0 to 6 months, 6 to 12, 12 to 24, and 2 to 3. And there's enough yarn to do up to the 24 months. Beautiful, isn't it? Single figures on that one. Please do carry on checking out for that one. Let's do this one here because we've got different colours of this one. So in this pattern here, you've got 2 patterns, easy lace designs, all knitting. You've got the short sleeve cardigan and the long sleeve cardigan. So there's a little short sleeve, there's the long sleeve. You've got 2 balls of yarn. So there is enough to do. This pattern is from 0 to 9 months all the way up to 7 years. There's enough yarn to knit the short sleeve cardigan all the way up to 7 years and the long sleeve cardigan up to 4 years because you need 3 balls for the 5 to 7. So if you want to do the long sleeve, there's enough to up to 4 years, or the short sleeve up to 7 years. I mean, isn't that pretty? It's an easy lace knitting design. Again, this is a lovely shade of more sort of slaty blue. So I guess it's that colour there. Just £12.99, but not today because it's special bank holiday special deals. What are we going to go down to? £8.99. That's amazing. £8.99. Obviously the pattern goes up to age 7 and you've got enough balls to do the short sleeve one up to that age or the long sleeve up to age 4. Right, we've also... Oh, sorry, we've got lots of you coming in to check out on that one. It's 100% acrylic yarn, again, double knit, and let me just check the washing because these things are important. It's fully washable at 30 degrees, cool tumble dry, cool iron, and you will need a pair of 4mm needles and a pair of 3 1/4mm needles. And 1 3 1/4. 1 pair of 3 1/4 and 1 3 1/4. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, 80 centimetres. Oh, it's a circular needle. Right, so you need a 4mm needles, a pair of 3 1/4mm needles, and a 3 1/4mm circular needle. And button. That's a lovely pattern, isn't it? I really like that. £8.99, and then you've got the pattern to keep going. That, you know, because you can use any double knit with this. I guess you could make it in cotton. I mean, this one's obviously made it in acrylic, but you could do it in cotton once you've had to go with it. It's Blue Mist is the colour. Right, now I've got the same one, but in pink. So this is the same design, but this one is using Bellissima, which is, it's 100% acrylic as well, so it does the same thing. So you've got 2 balls here, and again, 2 balls is enough to knit the cardigan up to age 7, and the short sleeved, and it's going to be, we'll reduce that one obviously to £8.99, and the long sleeved up to age 4. But isn't that colour lovely? It's a really sort of soft, dusky pink. But that's 100% acrylic. Again, it's fully washable, tumble dryable. Right, we've also got one that just has 1 ball. So this is a slightly lower price because for 1 ball you can make the short sleeved up to 18 months or the long sleeved up to 9 months. So we did it with 2 options. So if you just want it with 1 ball of the blue, it's £6.99. So if you're only knitting it for a baby, remember that's the short sleeved up to 18 months or the long sleeved up to 9 months. Quarter of the stock of that is already in baskets. I mean, isn't that pretty? Imagine, like, because it goes from 0 to 9 months. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Imagine a little 3-month-old in that. So sweet. And it's quite a simple lace design in it as well. £6.99 is a really, really good price for that. Please carry on checking out for that. Yes. Right, crochet blanket. This has been so popular, so popular. I don't know how many times we restocked it, and we still have a few left. So this, if you love crochet, this is a crochet blanket in double knit. This picture on the back is better actually. It's all crocheted in one colour. They've crocheted it in white, but you don't have to do that. Because you see each of the individual motifs is a crochet flower. This pattern we're reducing to £1.79. So you can make the blanket as big or small as you want. You can change the colours of it. It's all worked in double knit. You need 5 100 grams. So 500 gram balls of yarn and a 4mm crochet hook. But actually Katharine was just telling me that she crocheted it and she did the flower petals in different colours because she made it for her daughter. So it doesn't actually have to be for babies. Loads of you are there ready to, got it in your baskets, you need to check out again. But isn't that sweet? So it's a beautiful blanket for a new baby. But you know, if you use different coloured yarns, if you did all the flower petals, when you look at, and this, if you did the flower petals and then the borders all in different colours, it would be like a really multicoloured one. But isn't that beautiful? And the thing is that mostly for shawls you see knitting designs, you don't often see crochet designs, so I think this is quite nice. Yes. Oh right. Okay, so a couple of people have asked, can they have the pattern on their own? Yes, for this one. This one here? Yes, so a few people have asked, can we get this pattern just on its own without the yarn? Yes, we do have a few. They're on the... Yeah, so they're on the website. So if you go onto sewstreet.com and click on Watch Live and scroll all the way down to the bottom, Hannah's just put them on. So if you want this pattern on its own, there's only a handful there, but for the few people that have asked, we do have a handful if you just want that pattern on its own. Yes. So, let me just get this. Bambino blanket. Love a blanket. Now, this blanket on here is in different colours, but we have got the one... So this is what the blanket looks like. But can you see the B that's in lilac and white, just in 2 colours? the pattern gives you everything for, actually you've got, this is an amazing pattern. You've got 4 different blanket patterns. You've got like the multicoloured blue and white. You've got a grey and white striped one. You've got the lilac and white, and you've also got a pink blanket. So you have got the patterns for 4 different blankets, but in this kit, £12.99, you're saving £5. £12.99. With this one, you get 200 grams of white acrylic and 200 grams of lilac. So that means that you can make that blanket there, the zigzag. The blanket finish size is lilac and white, 23.5 by 31.5. So for £12.99, £5 saving, you can make, I mean, that's a nice size. So 60 by 80 centimetres or 23 by 31. That's a lovely blanket or shawl. I mean, obviously you can use it for a baby. But you've got in the pattern, so you've got 400 grams of yarn, and it is lovely Stylecraft 100% acrylic. And you get in the pattern as well that will knit 4 different ones. And once you've worked out how to do it, then you can knit it, you know, use your own yarn. Knit it the one using the kit, then use your own. You can knit it to any size. Oh, I think that's lovely. I like the grey and white one as well. Right, we're on single figures, but that is an amazing price. You know, it's something, it doesn't have to be for a baby. It's a nice blanket size to just put over your knees. Just keep them warm. And it's a really nice colours, aren't they? It's quite some sweeties, the lilac and white. Sweeties. But if you know, it doesn't have to be for a baby. If you want it just something to pop over your knees, or you know, a lovely gift for somebody as well. And I think for that price, nice. And actually the instructions are really simple as well. Yeah, I have got a baby cardigan with a hood. Yes, so we've got just the pattern here. There are 2 patterns in this booklet. One is the cardigan with the hood, and the other one is the round neck cardigan. So that one there, that's a bit of a closer up. The round neck cardigan, it's knitted in quite an interesting pattern as well. The 2 colour and the hooded one. Now obviously you can choose whatever colour. They've used 2 colours for the round neck, 3 colours for the round neck and 1 for the hooded, but you can choose £1.99 anyway. £1.99 for the whole pattern. The sizes is newborn up to 3 years. So newborn up to 3 years, and it's all double knit yarn, and you need a pair of 3¼ mil knitting needles. Now they've used cotton DK, but you can use, or they've used bamboo and cotton, or you can use cotton, but I guess up to you. You're going to use acrylic. As long as you use DK, doesn't really matter. Right, so now this is the yarn that's in this pattern. So Stylecraft bamboo and cotton is that one there. In fact, it's that colour as well, powder blue. So the yarn you need, those are 100 grams, aren't they? So if you need 2 balls of this for newborn and 0 to 6 months, 3 balls for 6 to 24 months, and 4 balls for 2 to 3 years. Going down to £3.29, this is a beautiful yarn. I've actually used this to knit with. It is a blend of bamboo and cotton. So you get that, the lovely sort of structure of a cotton, but it's softer because it's got the bamboo in it. It's a really, really nice yarn to knit with. Normally £4.49, that's 100 grams for £3.29, and there is the yarn that's used in this pattern here. So if you want to get that, you will need, for the hooded cardigan, 2 balls for newborn up to 6 months, 3 balls for 6 to 24 months, and 4 balls for 2 to 3 years. Or if you're doing the round neck cardigan, you only need 1 ball up to 24 months. Lots of you are multi-buying. So for the round neck cardigan, you need 1 ball Oh, you know, so yeah, you need different colours. Single fit, we're on single figures of that. That's a fantastic price. It is lovely to knit with, because you know how cottons, some cotton, not all, but some cottons can have be a little bit stiff once they're knitted. Once it's mixed with the bamboo, it isn't. So it's 60% bamboo and 40% cotton. Right. Right, another yarn. This is double knit. Now this is by Stylecraft. It's acrylic, but it's better acrylic. It's 80% acrylic and 20% cashmere effect polyamide. So when you first read that, you think 20% cashmere. It's not cashmere. It's cashmere effect polyamide. So it's an artificial thing, but it has that real softness. It's not like it's not your normal acrylic, because it has this cashmere effect. It's ever so soft, but look at the colour changing on it. It's not, well, yeah, if you had cashmere, you'd have to be quite careful about the washing, but it is a cashmere effect. So it gives the softness of that, but the ease of wash. So you can wash it at 30 degrees and cool, tumble dry it. So if you want a acrylic that's soft and also knits up with a nice fluidity, this is brilliant. It changes colour in stripes of lilac, aqua, cream with a little bit of blue. It's beautiful when it's knitted up because it changes colour as it goes along. It actually looks like you've done different stripes and changed colour. It's lovely. So 100 grams, £2.99. It's worth multi-buying on this to get however much you need. You know, even... I mean, if you were knitting a blanket, you'd only need one colour if you wanted to do that, because it really does. We did have some patterns with this. I think we've sold them out, but it showed you on the patterns how the colour changes. It's really soft and subtle. So if you've bought, say, the blanket pattern and you want to have a go with that, this is really nice to use. It also has almost like a slight sheen to it as well. You know when you get a mercerised cotton and it has a sheen? This must be that cashmere effect polyamide. Right, we've sold over half the stock now. It is worth checking out. If you bought the blanket pattern earlier, which I don't know what I've done with now. It's fine, it's gone in its box. Oh, there's more here. There's more. If you bought the blanket pattern earlier, sorry, I was looking for the blanket pattern. I can't remember how many balls you need. This would be ideal for that, if you bought that one earlier. Little star. Now this is ideal for that crochet blanket pattern. No, I don't either, but it's disappeared. I can't remember how much you need for it. Don't know where it's gone. So this little star, it's 93% acrylic, 6% polyester. The polyester is the little sparkles. Now they're not, you think, oh well, is that going to be really scratchy? They're not at all. It's just, can you see the little sparkles? They're not scratchy, they just give a little bit of shimmer. Really, really lovely. Oh, lovely, thanks, Kat. So that's what this was knitted in. So if you've got this pattern already, yeah, you need 500 grams. So you'll need 5 balls of this. Right, you will need 5 balls of this to knit that blanket. We've taken it down to £1.99. So for under £10, you can get all the yarn to knit that blanket. Yeah, so the yarn therefore, because you need 500 grams, will be £9.95. Right, so if you buy the pattern as well, the whole blanket, the yarn and the blanket, £11.74. But it's lovely because it is a double knit. It's really lovely. 5. Everyone's checking out 5. Good, because it's 5. But do you know what? If you want to make it... Oh, by the way, it measures 43 by 43 inches square, which is 110 centimetres. But obviously, if you want to make it bigger, that's what it looks like, then just buy more balls. But You can use it for loads of things. We've used it a lot for just general baby knits. It's lovely for that. So you can use it for all sorts of things. Just a simple cardigan. I mean, at £1.99, it's a really lovely yarn. It can be machine washed, 40 degrees, and cool tumble dry. But it's just your standard baby soft double knit yarn. But because of those tiny little I don't even know what they are, little flashes of light, metallic bits, twinkles, glitters, but they're not hard. I mean, they're absolutely perfect for the baby, but the blanket was originally knitted in that and it looks absolutely gorgeous. So you will need 5 balls of that to make the blanket. Yeah, where's that gone then? Oh, it's on here. Right, how about some chunky yarn? This has never been on air. Maybe it was in a kit. Maybe it was in a kit. So this is a chunky yarn. It's 100% premium acrylic. And it's in double denim. No, there's nothing wrong with double denim. Not if you're George Ezra. He always wears a double denim. Yeah, I bet he's always watching. So it's a chunky. Should be £2.80, £1.99. So if you've got some chunky knits, and you want, it is a really nice colour. It is a darker denim. It's not as your super dark indigo, but it's kind of your mid denim colour. Chunky yarn, £1.99. £1.99. We've also got the same yarn, but in a different colour. This colour is called, what's this one called? It's just got a mischievous mink. Do you know our mink's that colour? I would have thought a mink was brown. This is kind of a light, a very, like, you know, you get dusky pink. This is dusky purple, like a lavender colour. A light aubergine or mischievous mink. Again, exactly the same. Chunky, £1.99 for 100 grams. That's all of that brand of yarn. We can, the bundle of the DK Dolly mixtures. Now, these are all, let me just check, 25 grams. They're all acrylic yarn. So this is, so look at the colours we've got. You get one of each of the colours. Some are, oh no, they're all Dolly Mix. They're all Dolly Mix DK. So we've bundled a few together. 10, a few, I was just counting them when I was thinking. 10, so 25 grams of each. So when you, if you do toy making, whether it's knitting or crocheting, you need little bits of colours. Or if you fancy just doing a madly multicoloured granny square blanket or something, you've got all of those colours, all 10 for £8.99. It's a really good way. It's all DK, it's all acrylic, but of having a little bit of a few colours. So if you need something in a bit of bright blue and you need a bit of grass and then some sunshine and some flesh, blush. They call it blush. They used to call it flesh and they changed the name. Made me laugh. Yeah. So there we go. £8.99. We're on single figures. That's a great bundle, isn't it? Oh, I'm putting them on Kat's table. Yes, I do. Now, when Wendy Orlando first designed this, we did it as kits. It absolutely flew out. Well, they absolutely flew out. Just beautiful. So if we haven't got the yarn with this, we just have the pattern, and I'm not sure whether we've sold just the pattern before. Has it? It's amazing. Now what you need for it, you need double knit cotton for 100 grams, but in 4 different colours. So 4 lots of 100 grams for all the and then you can have the, like we've got the flowers in one colour, the granny squares in other colours. So 4 lots of 100 grams of cotton yarn. I mean, you could use acrylic, but obviously this has been designed in cotton. It just gives the cushion, and particularly the flowers, more structure. $4.99. I mean, and if you've ever used any of Wendy's patterns, you know how detailed and comprehensive they are. We always sell out when we've got the kits, but we don't have the yarn left. We've just got the cushions, the patterns, just for you, as a special offer. Right, thinking of Wendy Orlando. I've also got, I feel like a little shop here. I have the Forget Me Not. Oh, should we do? No, I'll do the random. I've got the Granny Stripe blanket. So Granny Stripe is just the treble clusters that you do in a granny square, but you just do it in stripes and sell. Now this blanket pattern has never been sold on its own, and $3.99 is the normal price for this, and we haven't reduced it yet. So Granny Stripe is a lovely stitch. It's really good. I've just crocheted my dress in Granny Stripe because it's just like doing a granny square, but you just don't go round, you just go in stripes. And so what she's done in the pattern, she's explained how much yarn you need to create the right size of blanket. And so the finished size is 26 by 26 inches. We're going to $2.99, and it's all, let me just check, it is all double knit yarn. You need about 200 grams of double knit yarn, but the way it's done is you use up your scraps. So once you understand the pattern, you can make it as big or as small as you want. If you want to make it this size, which is 26-inch square, you'll need 200 grams of yarn. If you want to use up all of your yarn, just follow the pattern. You can make an enormous blanket. Just keep going. But once you understand that, if you've done a granny square and you want to do something else, or if you've never crocheted before and you want to start with something, this is a really good beginner's pattern. $2.99, worth it. Right, one more pattern by Wendy, and then I've also got a kit. The Forget Me Not corner to corner. Have you tried corner to corner crochet? It's brilliant. Now this is one of Wendy's designs for the Forget Me Not cushion. We have never sold it on its own before because we've done it with the yarn for kits. Again, sold out when we did it as kits. Corner to corner is brilliant. You start in the corner and you just increase till you get to the opposite corner, and then you decrease to get back to that. So it's like you follow a graph. So there's a picture on the back. You follow the graph. Wendy explains in all the instructions exactly how to do it. For the pattern, you will need, oh, it does say about, I can't remember, 200 grams or something. But you can use your oddments for that. We are going down to £3.89 to make this, and you can use any colours you want. So if you've always wanted to learn, be nice with purples, wouldn't it, as well? Or nice deep reds for a rose. If you've always wanted to have a go at corner to corner, this is a really good way to do that. Right, next one I'm going to do the hot water bottle cover because this is so cute. Oh, I'll put them in there. Hot water bottle cover. So there's the pattern, exactly how to make it. This is a great project for those who just love making granny squares. So there's all the instructions you need. There's diagrams as well. So $18.99, you get all of the yarn as well. No hot water bottle included, obviously, but how lovely is that? I'm thinking that's the sort of thing you see at these craft sales, isn't it? Right, we're going to reduce the price today to $13.99. That's a £5 saving. So you've got all of the yarn that you need, because obviously you can mix and match. So but those are all the yarn. So you've got purples, blues, green, brown, all different colours. Flesh, blush, blush, white, and natural. So all of those colours. So if you fancy making a hot water bottle cover, that's so lovely, isn't it? Who wouldn't want one of those? Beautiful. Right. Right, we've got more people in baskets who want this than we've actually got in stock. So if you want that, you need to get on with it. You need to get on with it. Get on with buying it. Yes, oh, this is fab. I have one of these. Funnily enough, of course. We only have things that I like. So this is a brilliant knitting set for you or as a gift for someone else who that you know, and it is really, really useful. So look, inside it's nice because it all clips up as well, so you can keep it. And look at the things that you get inside. So you get the scissors, because we need scissors for snipping our ends, but really nice sharp ones. You get 2 wool needles that with the loops on. Oh yeah, you get 2 wool needles that have got the plastic loops, so they're really easy for threading. And you've also got a tapestry needle, and the tapestry needle is slightly sharper, so it's easier to thread in. You've got the hook, you've got a stitch holder, you've got a little crochet hook, which obviously for knitters can be used for picking up stitches, because on the end it's like a cable needle, so you can use the cable needle at one end or you can use the hook. So that's brilliant for picking up stitches. And you have all of these little stitch markers as well, which is fab. Oh, that's the I've just realised what that one is. That's a cable needle, because I do have one of those. So that's a U cable needle. What a fantastic thing. I mean, I have this in my knitting kit because it's really useful. You know, if you want to pick up stitches, well, I always use a crochet hook, but if you don't have those, because you've got that point on one end and the hook on the other, it's absolutely brilliant. That's a really nice kit. So £16.99. And it's a really lovely quality set as well. Sock blockers. Yes. So if you've knitted a pair of socks, you know how important blocking is when you've knitted something and you need to dampen it and stretch it back into shape. If you've knitted socks, I love knitting socks, these are brilliant because you damp the socks and then you put them into these blockers. Now, what size are these? Oh, they're size 2, so they are 35 to 37.5, so I think that's size 3 to 4.5. That's Hannah's size. So once you've damped your socks after you finish them, you put your blockers on, you hold them in shape, let them dry, and they will then go back to exactly the right size. So if you're a sock knitter, these are perfect. Size 2.5 to 4.5. Should we do this one? This is Knit Pro. It's one of the best knitting and crochet makes. Right. Okay. Now, this is a brilliant, upside down, case for keeping circular needles in. That's what I would keep in it. You can keep them in all of those. You can keep your crochet hooks in. You can keep all sorts of things, but it would be really useful for, not knitting needles too big, but you could keep your crochet hooks in, or your circular needles, or any of your makes. You've got a little zip pocket at the top, and then it all folds up. It's hand block printed and really useful for keeping, well, small tools, or, I mean, it is actually called a fixed circular needle case, so that's what I'd use it for, because it is the right size for them. But you could use it for any of your small tools. But if you've got, like I have, loads of circular, I must get one of these, but loads of circular needles, and I have to keep them all in the individual packets, it's ideal for that. Right, we've also got lots of other items I haven't had time to go through, in particular lots of sock patterns. Anyway, if you go on to Sewing Street, click on Watch Live and scroll down from there, all the items that we haven't reduced the price on, Hannah's going to do that, as well as all the fabric that we missed out earlier on. So if you've checked out on anything the price that hasn't been reduced, then that will happen. You can have a look later. Hannah will do that now. So we have lots of other items that we haven't managed to get through, but they will have the reduced price. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. Tomorrow on Sewing Street, it is, who's presenting, Hannah? John's back tomorrow. At 8 o'clock, it's Fabulous Fabrics. At 9 o'clock, he's with Becky Swan from Crafter's Companion doing rainbow dyes and felt. 10 o'clock, that Velvet Touch luxury fabrics. Oh, don't you just love the velvet fabric? 11 o'clock, Becky will be back with him doing Crafter's Companion alphabet dyes. And at 12 o'clock, it's all about the sewing machines. So thank you for joining me today on this wonderful bank holiday. Let's hope the weather clears up a bit. But I hope you're doing something nice. I hope you've had a great coronation weekend. I will see you back here next week.